But it also lends credence to the idea that the bosses were possibly in a different order before the release. There's a couple of things, like I think Lance McDonald found out that Cleric Beast was originally supposed to be in the Grand Cathedral, but they ended up changing all the bosses around at some point. Alright, hi, how's it going? Hope everybody's doing well. Yesterday we left off after killing the Bloodstarved Beast. I can go into the chalices now, but I'm gonna do a bunch of exploration and level up my weapons and character a bit before I go down into the depths. It can be pretty brutal there this early, so. My weapon is already leveled up as much as it can be. Yep.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Very well. Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand close. Now shut your eyes.
Alright, so that'll be good for a bit, and then once I sell the doll clothes and get a +6 weapon,
Farewell,
that should be
hunter.
good.
May you find your worth in the waking world.
I have another gem I can put in here, though. You have anything new? I don't think you have anything new, do you?
The healing church
Oh, you do.
and the blood ministers who belong to it were once guardians of the hunters in the times of the hunter Ludwig. They worked and forged weapons in their unique workshop. Today, most ministers don't recall the hunters, but they have much to offer you. And so, heed the message of your forebears. Ascend to Odin Chapel.
Odin Chapel. So, there, we already have a little bit of evidence suggesting that there aren't many hunters around these days. And Gurman here even says that the church ministers, the highest ranking members of the church, the people who are supposed to go find in search of pale blood, they don't even recall the hunters because there's so few of us around. It also might be an indication of how far the church has come from their original standing, as well as the hunters, because the hunters used to be the people that would, set out and defeat the beasts in order to defend the town. But the role of the hunters and even the church has changed over time. And before, the tip that Gurman gave us was to go seek a holy chalice by going to the Valley Hamlet, which is Old Yarnum. And now that we've done that, he tells us to ascend to Odin Chapel. Now that we've killed Bloodstarved Beast, a new door has opened within the chapel, and unless we buy the Hunter Chief emblem, it's the only way to proceed towards the rest of the game. Well, I got a couple decent gems. I don't think there's anything new here. How am I doing for bullets and vials? There is a bunch more stuff that we can do in Central Yarnum, so I'm gonna head there now. So before, when we talked to Yosefka, she wanted to make sure that nobody else would come in to the clinic and infect the patients that she had there. And she was also pretty nice sounding, and she would give us a vial every once in a while in order to help us on our adventure. But once we kill Gascoigne and proceed to Odin Chapel, something changes with the Yosefka. If we take a look through the window here, before when we saw Yosefka's hand, she had no weapon in her hand, but now she's wielding a threaded cane, and if we listen closely, we can hear something different about her voice as well.
Oh, well, hello. Splendid. Let me ask you a small kindness. You're soon off to hunt, I presume? Then, if you find any survivors, tell them to seek Yosefka's clinic. Upon my Hippocratic oath, if they are yet human, I will look after them. Perhaps even cure them. This sickness, these beasts, they are not to be feared. This time the night is long. I may be trapped here, but I should do something to help. I'll even offer a reward for your cooperation. Tempted? Well, off you go then.
So before, where she wanted us to not bring people or ourselves into the clinic to spread infection, now she's telling us to seek other patients so that she can help them. Another interesting thing that she says, and a lot of other NPCs are going to reinforce as we talk to them, is that this night is longer than the other usual nights. We already heard from Gurman that the moon hangs low, or the moon looms large and threatens to crush our spirits. But there's a few NPCs that we talk to, like Eileen, Yosefka, Imposter Yosefka, I should say, and then a few others that say that this night is also lasting a lot longer than other nights. And if the night of the hunt is any indication, the length of the night of the hunt is determined by how long it takes for that hunter to complete their objective or to succumb to Gurman at the end. They're the same model and they have the same outfit. The only difference between the characters is Imposter Yosefka has a weapon in her hand and they have a different voice actor. It's not just that she sounds different. If you look at the credits at the end of the game, Yosefka and then Imposter Yosefka actually have two different voice actresses entirely. And Imposter Yosefka replaces the true Yosefka after we kill Gascoigne and proceed through the gate up to Cathedral Ward. Also, now that we've killed Gascoigne, we can see that the night is starting to progress a little bit more. We've gone into kind of like a dusk, sunset kind of vibe, and the night is starting to progress. So our boy Gilbert told us to check out the aqueducts, or he told us to go across the bridge up to Cathedral Ward. We crossed the bridge and then end up fighting the cleric beasts. And then the next instruction he gave us was to go check out the aqueduct, which is how we ended up getting to Cathedral Ward and fighting Gascoigne.
You're cursed.
You're cursed. How dare you?
You needn't concern yourself with me. I'm afraid I'm of little help now. But before I take this, I make no use of it, but perhaps you. What afflicted me was incurable, but this town gave me hope. Their strange blood bought me time. I was most fortunate, unharmed by the plague of beasts. I can even die human.
The tragedy of Gilbert. He hands us the flame sprayer. A special weapon used by certain members of the Healing Church. Spit searing flames by using blood-imbued quicksilver bullets as a special medium. Not the most efficient weapon by any stretch, but sometimes a sea of flame is just what the doctor ordered. Besides, the Beast of Yharnam can always use a good cleansing. So the cleansing purification of flame is a theme we hear a lot about. And this is also reinforcing that any weapon in the left hand, including our spells, use quicksilver bullets as a medium. So even though we might not actually be firing bullets using these items or these tools, the quicksilver bullets are used as a medium to empower that spell. I suppose you could put it that way. I do agree that it's pretty confusing though, because like in every other Soulsborne game, there's like ammo and then a magical resource. I'm not necessarily sure about the design choice behind using bullets for spells, but it almost kind of seems like they were going for more of like a survival theme where you needed to constantly farm bullets or health vials instead of just waiting for something to recharge like they had in the other games. And I don't necessarily think this is a trend we're going to see going forward in the other FromSoft titles. One of the biggest complaints people had was the need to farm for vials or bullets in order to progress, so it gets pretty frustrating after a while. Hey Ollie, what's up, man? No, I just started, so you haven't missed anything. Well, yeah, but it's just like the notion of using our blood to power our spells. It's something that's like very vague and implicative. There's nothing really that describes it except for this description here saying that we use the bullets as a special medium. A medium is just like a means by which something is accomplished, or like a vessel for which something is taken from one form to another. And the other interesting thing about the flame sprayer is that it says that it's used by certain members of the Healing Church, but I don't necessarily think that Gilbert is a member of the Healing Church. He said he made no use of it, and he tells us to go seek the Healing Church by going to Cathedral Ward, because that's kind of where they've set themselves up in. So there's like a fan theory that Gilbert used to be a hunter or something like that, because he comes from a foreign land, he became ill, and he owns the flame sprayer, but it seems to me like he really just came here to try to cure his illness. The other interesting thing about Gilbert's dialogue here is that the Healing Church portrays the blood as something that can like cure any illness and as like a healing medium, but the sickness that Gilbert had wasn't cured by the blood. It just bought him time. And he says that he was unharmed by the plague of beasts and even gets to die human, but we find out the truth about that once we kill Rom and come back here.
Don't you worry about me.
So usually the progression of the night is like a breakpoint throughout the game, or a series of breakpoints, and as the night progresses we can get different dialogue from the people on the doors, so it's always worth it to go check out all the doors on these playthroughs.
Are you that outsider?
Well, this is all the same stuff though. Yeah, the damage is way better now with these gems. Alright, so that's all the same stuff anyway. Where's the quickest way? I guess through here. So now that we've talked to the Chapel Dweller and Yosefka, there's two different places that we can now send people. on our adventure. We ran into this lady earlier, but we didn't know of any of these safe places, but now we have 2.
So what is it now? Are much better ways to pass the time. Unless you found me a nice, safe place.
So we have a few different options here. If we send her to the chapel, she will be safe and she'll be able to give us sedatives. If we send her to the clinic, anybody that we send to the clinic gets taken by Yosefka, and whenever we send somebody to Yosefka, we can go back each time and we'll get a little bit of insight as well as an item as a reward. But for purpose of the lore playthrough, I'll be sending everybody to Odin Chapel. I'm kind of wondering what happens if we withhold information here, though.
Yeah, I should have known. You're good for nothing.
Same dialogue as before.
No respect for the elderly is what that is. That little good you outsiders do. Go on, admit it. You think we're all mad, don't you? Well, stop it. I know all your tricks. So what is it now? Are much better ways than this. Well, what do you know? An outsider worth a lick of salt. Well, don't just stand there. Don't you have work to do? Go slit some throats. Get this mess done with.
Pale blood is the moon presence. There's a note that says it in the lecture building. Pale blood is just a euphemism for the moon presence, but it's also meant to be the name Pale Blood is supposed to be something that like the player isn't supposed to know until the end of the game. So we're always looking for different types of bloods. We're keeping an eye out for the color of blood, whether it comes from kin or the doll. So there's a lot of misdirection, but the Pale Blood is basically just another name for the moon presence. Because the only way to transcend the hunts is to fight the moon presence and defeat them. When we get the other 2 endings, the hunt continues. But when we kill the moon presence, the implication is that the night of the hunt ends and there's something new afterwards. How dare you? Oh yeah, the little girl. We gotta go to the little girl. But that's not to say that the Pale Blood just refers to the moon presence. I mean, Pale Blood is supposed to have a bunch of different iterations and meanings and stuff like that, because there's even an interview with Miyazaki where he says that the color of the moon, once it's risen in the sky, once night falls, if you look at the moon, it's kind of like this pale blue, like it looks like a body that's been drained of blood. So, pale blood could also refer to the way somebody appears once they've died and their body has been drained of blood.
Hello, Mr. Hunter. Still can't find my mum.
So you can give her the brooch if you have it at this point. I turned the brooch into a gem to see what would happen. But if you give the girl the brooch, this means that she knows that her parents are both dead, and this causes her to fall into despair. But if we go no, we should have the option to send her to the clinic or to the chapel.
Oh, okay. I can wait. But isn't there something I can do? Maybe Mum and Dad are stuck out there, waiting for me to come and find them. What do you think, Mr. Hunter?
So if we send the child to Yosefka's clinic, she suffers the same fate as everybody else who gets sent to the clinic, but we can also receive an Odin rune. So this furthers the implication that Odin has something to do with the fates of the Gascoigne family, because not only do we fight Gascoigne at the tomb of Odin, but when the little girl is turned into an emissary, she drops an Odin rune. So we'll send her to the chapel, because I want to show you guys what happens with her sister after we kill Rom. If we send her to the clinic, she'll become an emissary, and then we can kill her for loot. If we send her to the chapel, she gets lost along the way and is consumed by El Pigo.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Hunter. I love you almost as much as Mum and Dad. And Granddad.
So that last little line there, we know who Mom and Dad are, but we never really run into anybody that is explicitly the granddad. Some people believe that Henrik is the grandfather, but all we know about Henrik is that Gascoigne and Henrik were hunter partners. They were hunters who were in a group together, and they were always together, and their proficiency as hunters led to their tragically long lives. However, while Henrik might be the only candidate that we run into in the game, I don't necessarily believe that he constitutes as the grandfather, because that would mean he's either Gascoigne's father or Viola's father. So maybe there's some truth to that, but nothing in the game, in the English version, explicitly states the ties between Henrik and the Gascoigne family, aside from the fact that they were partners and friends. Now that I've told the little girl where to go, you can use a hunter's mark to reload the area and proceed with her quest. But I think it also works if you just quit out of the game and then go and fight the pig. Doing it this way is probably quicker on the PS5 anyway. Hey, Bugbeard. Yeah, it consistently holds 30 FPS. Even on the PS4 Pro, you're gonna notice a lot of frame drops and so on, like when pigs explode and like when bosses die and stuff like that. But the PS5 consistently holds 30 FPS, and the anti-aliasing is a little bit better. If you're on a PS4 Pro, they have all these extra options like super sampling and a couple other things that make the game look a little bit better. But the PS5 just has it on by default, so compared to the PS4, the edges of textures are a lot smoother, and even though it's still only 30 FPS, the fact that it's a constant 30 FPS no matter what's happening, it's a lot easier to like control your character and gauge like timing and stuff like that. If you're fighting bosses like Lawrence or Watchdog of the Old Lords or One Reborn, you're gonna notice the frames dipping down every so often, depending on the position of the camera and what kind of spells are being used and everything. Hey Fausti, happy birthday. Red messenger ribbon. Red ribbon that messengers are oddly fond of. The thick, pungent red was drawn from the organs of some unfortunate victim. A strange choice indeed, but perhaps for the messengers, wearing this accessory constitutes a form of mourning. So we can only get this item from the pig if we give the little girl the brooch and she becomes despondent, or if we tell her to go to the chapel, she will get lost along the way and be consumed by the pig. This is also a quest item, where later on after we kill Rom, we can return this red messenger ribbon to the little girl's older sister and find out something about her. I guess the biggest theory about Yusefka's blood vial there, Fausti, is that because it's blood that's been refined, it might just be, like, plasma, or, like, when you have blood has, like, 3 or 4 core components. You have the red blood cells and the hemoglobin, which give it its red color, but you can also separate it into white blood cells, plasma, and, there's also some other kind of substance the body produces that's like yellow, like if you pop a pimple or like have a wound, sometimes like yellow kind of stuff comes out of it. So if this is blood that's been refined, it's probably likely just the plasma or something like that. Yeah, so if you only ever played it on a PS4 and you played it on PS5, you would notice a difference. At first, you'd be like, I don't really see anything. But then, like, as you played the game, like, what I noticed is that when I played Bloodborne on a PS4 and when I played Dark Souls 3 on a PS4 or, like, even my shitty old PC, the way, like, the camera moves around corners when you're running and, like, you just get used to the lag that happens, and like you barely even really notice that it's there. But when the lag isn't there, and it's like a smooth, consistent 30 FPS, you're like, oh shit! Like the camera isn't going all choppy when it usually does. And like the one big thing I noticed on the PS4 especially was if there was a light source, like if there was like a lamp up here, or like a candle in the chalices or something like that, if my camera went anywhere near the candle, it would just like it would go into slow motion for a second. Ascend to Odin Chapel. Honestly, I usually advise people not to buy extra PS4s just for the sake of modding Bloodborne, because I still want them to do an official patch for Bloodborne or a remaster or something like that. And if you buy an entirely new console just to mod one game specifically, you're not only buying into less of a need for a remaster, but you're also attributing to Sony's console sales without them actually doing something themselves about it. So while I appreciate the 60 FPS mod and all the other work that the modding community has done with Bloodborne, like you said, I don't think it's really worth the extra money. Not just because of the costs, but because of the implications behind what it means. Because like everybody's like, oh well, the Bloodborne was a PS4 seller, and they're not gonna do anything about it because they want to encourage PS4 sales. And I used to make fun of that kind of idea, but now you have people buying like the Uncharted Edition PS4 and then never hooking it up to the internet just specifically so they can mod Bloodborne for views on Twitch and stuff. So while there's no indication they're going to remaster Bloodborne or patch it up to 60 FPS, I don't necessarily believe that buying an entirely new PlayStation is going to help in that regard. I kind of see it as a detractor, honestly. Like, why would they need to remaster the game when they're making console sales just so people can mod it, right? I know that's kind of a weird way to think about it, but it's also kind of vain or naive of me to believe that not buying a console is going to contribute to them making a remaster of this game. It's kind of a vain hope that I have, I guess.
Oh no, I haven't forgotten. Do you think I owe you something? Well, that's a fine lark, I'd say. This whole mess that Yarnum's in, it's all your fault. Stupidity outsiders. Our blood's ruined, tainted by your ilk. Don't you come near me. I know your type.
So here, the old lady, we see one of the reasons why Gilbert earlier said that Yarnumites don't take kindly to outsiders, and here we see one of the reasons for that is that they've been led to believe that it's the outsiders coming from outside of the city that are tainting the blood and ruining its quality. But this is likely just a ploy set up by the Healing Church in order to distract the people from understanding that it was actually the church themselves that caused this issue by stealing this medium from the tombs and then experimenting with it and essentially experimenting on the populace by giving them the blood. So they've all been kind of duped into believing not only that the church will save them, but that there's no way the church could be to blame for all the problems that have befallen them over the last few nights of the hunt. And once we kill Bloodstarved beasts, a door opens here. There's no causal link behind why killing Bloodstarved beasts opens the door to Odin Chapel. There's no, like, distinct lore explanation. From a gameplay perspective, we have two choices. We can either spend 10,000 echoes and buy the Hunter Chief emblem and go along this way, or we can kill Bloodstarved beasts and go this way. But as far as I know, there's no direct causal link between the two events or characters. So earlier we found some loot here, and if we stand in this spot long enough, the faint outline of something grabs us and causes us to frenzy before dropping us a few meters off in the distance. I actually forgot that you can see the outline of the amygdala in this case, but yeah, the item is obviously set up there as bait and is a little prelude of things that are yet to come. If we have high enough insight, we can actually see what grabbed us there, but at this point in the game, it's just supposed to be a little bit of a meme. Hey, Strife. Where am I? I shouldn't have went to Cathedral Ward in the first place. So as you can see, there's no real way to see the amygdala at this point in the game. Once we kill Rom, the veil has been lifted, so we can see them regardless of how much insight we have. But if we're on New Game Plus, or we did a whole bunch of invading and farming, we'd be able to see the amygdala even at this point in the game. Where did my... oh, they're over here. I never bought a hand lantern yet. I need my hand lantern. Gotta remember to get that before I go into the chalices. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. There's a little secret ledge you can hop off in the elevator here. We can get a good look at the Cathedral Ward Plaza, which we'll run into soon enough. You can see Upper Cathedral Ward up this way, and the Astral Clock Tower, which is connected to the Research Hall. Something, I think it's like 30 or 40, something thereabouts. So because this is the Odin Chapel, we find the first of the Formless Odin runes. A secret symbol left by Carol, runesmith of Bergenworth. The Great One Odin, lacking form, exists only in voice, and is symbolized by this rune. Those who memorize it enjoy a larger supply of Quicksilver bullets. Human or no, the oozing blood is a medium of the highest grade, and the essence of the formless Great One Odin. Both Odin and his inadvertent worshippers surreptitiously seek the precious blood. So that last line there indicates that anybody who has an Odin rune is working in the interests of Odin without necessarily being totally aware of it. Inadvertent worshipper means that they're worshipping Odin, but it's not on purpose. They aren't consciously trying to worship this Great One, but their actions that are being influenced by him are working in the interest of him. And surreptitiously seeking the precious blood, surreptitious means in secret, behind the scenes, on the down low. So even if they don't know about what they're doing, the end goal is to seek blood and seek higher qualities of blood. This could help explain why the Chapel Dweller is trying to bring so many people here, because it seems like he just wants people to be safe and to have a safe haven to come to, but it could be that he's trying to inadvertently bring enough people here that Odin might find somebody of a high enough quality of blood. The other big thing here is that Odin is formless, so there is no physical corporeal form that Odin inhabits. We never run into Odin, but they are off somewhere in the nightmare, dead and dreaming probably, most likely, but they do not have a form, nor did they inhabit a form. So you can believe that Odin is the doll, or whatever the hell that theory is, but the doll is a form, and Odin is formless, thus that cannot be the case. Pothead time! Accessory adored by naive messengers. The messengers wear the urns filled with incense that wards off beasts on their heads upside down, suggesting a predilection to the dark. The inhabitants of the stump appear to have an interest in adornment. Why not let them be happy and revel as babes? So a predilection is just like a preference for the dark. So creatures that are nocturnal and that are mostly awake during night would have a predilection to the dark. It could also mean that they are fearful of light, but you can see how, because of souls, they didn't necessarily want to reinforce a lot of the light versus dark kind of things that we might have seen in that series. And it's also like when you have that messenger adornment equipped, they literally put the pots on their heads, so it would be awful dark in there, obviously. So I think when it comes down to the Formless Odin rune, the Chapel Dweller drops one if he's killed, and I think we either get a Formless Odin rune from the little girl when we send her to the clinic, but that could also be an Odin... No, we get Odin Writhe from the Nun and Yosefka at certain points in the game. So I'm pretty sure the little girl drops a Formless Odin rune if we send her to the clinic. You can see the ammo being fed from the briefcase under here, going into the minigun. I want bullets, please. Thank you. So this is the church workshop, which Gurman was telling us about. It's where the church hunters would have developed their weapons and stored them. And we can even see like saw cleavers and scythes and stuff like that hanging from the ceiling. So this is the unique workshop of the church hunters. A secret symbol left by Carol, runesmith of Bergenworth. Several runes relate to blood, including communion, which raises the maximum number of blood vials one may carry. This rune represents the healing church and its ministers. Blood ministration is, of course, the pursuit of communion. So depending on the rank of the rune, you can actually see it in more clarity. So the lower ranks are really vague and not clear, but the higher ranks are more clear and you can make out a lot more detail in them. And I'll take a closer look at the communion rune later on once I have a higher quality one, and I'll compare it to the Hunter Chief emblem and the symbol on the gate. Nice. Jesus. New gem for our gun. That's a big upgrade too, from 1% to 12%. There we go. See ya. Oof. So if you look over this way, these stairs and this little round bit over here, we'll eventually fight 2 hunters there on our way to the chapel that leads to Yahar Ghul Unseen Village. We can't get to Yahar Ghul this early on in the game, but we can get a few items down there and get grabbed by another Amygdala. And if we look down here, we can see a bunch of fog, as well as the Great Tree. This is where we end up fighting Gurman and the Moon Presence at the end of the game. And this is the church, or the abandoned workshop. So when we get down to the abandoned workshop, we can see that there's kind of fog everywhere. But when we're up here from this angle, it's obscured by this fog, and we can't make out a lot of detail, but it is the same place. Now this path eventually takes us to the upper Cathedral Ward, which is the home base of the choir. And even this early on in the game, we can find a note that says, "The sky and the cosmos are one, the choir." Now it'll be a while before we actually run into any members of the choir and find out more lore about them, but the implication here is that one of the roles of the choir was to search for astral signs to try to find a way to commune with the Great Ones, but their discovery, that they discovered quite on accident, was that the sky and the cosmos are one. They were looking off to these far reaches of the cosmos in order to make contact with these creatures, but what they discovered was that these creatures are all around us. We just don't have the perception to be able to see or hear them quite yet. And this also furthers the connection between all the different places that we see in the game. It's not just that we're dealing with nightmares and dreams and the cosmos and the Chalice dungeons. It's reinforcing the connection between all these places. So these church ministers have plague doctor masks on. We can also see a similar mask that Eileen the Crow wears. And in the Victorian times, dealing with medicine and sickness was a bit of an ordeal. They were just on the forefront of discovering a lot of this sort of stuff, and they didn't really have the means to prevent a lot of it. And when you were dealing with like infections and illness and disease, there was an awful lot of, like gross smells and, other stuff that you would have to deal with. So the notion behind the plague doctor masks wasn't necessarily to make doctors seem creepy and foreboding. They would actually wear these masks and then fill the beaks with incense and flowers and potpourri and that sort of stuff in order to ward off the awful smells they would have to deal with on a daily basis. But it also lends into the aesthetic of the Victorian era as well. Radiant Sword Hunter Badge for Ludwig's Successors. One of the badges crafted by the Healing Church, the Radiant Sword indicates the heirs to the will of Ludwig. These hunters, also known as Holy Blades, are what remains of an ancient line of heroes that date back to a very early age of honor and chivalry. So, in the earliest days of the hunt, the Healing Church employed the first church hunters as these kind of like praetorian defenders of the people. Gurman tells us earlier on that, we just ought to go out and hunt a few beasts and the garb that we wear indicates that the hunters were the only people who were physically capable of fighting these creatures. Anybody else would basically just get destroyed immediately, but the hunters were faster and stronger than other people, and they also had the benefit of being able to, you know, come back from the dead, thanks to the hunter's dream and their connection to it. So, when it says that the ancient line of heroes date back to a very early age of honor and chivalry, the thing is that this age is long past, and the church is no longer the savior of the people, but it is in fact the group that has doomed them. And so the people, they're kind of leery of not just the hunters, but of the church as well. We can find evidence of this when we talk to some of the people through the doors, as well as a bunch of the dialogue that we talk to. And when we eventually encounter Ludwig in the DLC, even though he's turned into a beast, and he was directly responsible for the killing of a lot of people that got turned into beasts or otherwise, even though he's trapped in a nightmare, he wants us to tell him whether or not the people that followed in his stead decided to maintain this honor and chivalry, or whether they had a descent into bloodthirsty beasthood, you know. So I think when it says that it's a very early age of honor and chivalry, I believe that age is long past at this point. And we're essentially seeing Yharnam in its final days. Hey look, there's one of the hanged man corpses way off in the distance. I never saw that before. Well, that's old Yharnam over there, that's why. This section over here is old Yharnam, I believe. I could be wrong on that. But it would be off in that direction, I think. And there's also a theme of radiance now that I think about it. We don't just have the Sword Hunter badge and then the Radiant Sword Hunter badge. There's even a rune that we can get on later called Radiance. So there's obviously a theme going on of light in the darkness. And this is also evidenced by Ludwig himself, because the tiny specks of lights that guided him towards the sword that he found, and maybe even are the reason he became a hunter in the first place. There's something about a connection between the church hunters and being guided by radiance or light. And radiance and light also refers to, like, whenever we think about old religious imagery, especially in the Christian context, God is either represented either by fire or by like light pouring in from the sky and pouring in from the clouds. So there probably is a connection there as well. Hey Dracula, what's up, man? I'm a big fucking nerd, that's how I know so much. A solid shard that forms in cold blood. After death, the substance in the blood hardens, and that which does not crystallize is called a bloodstone. At the workshop, these bloodstones are embedded in weapons to fortify them. Oh, it's the exact same description. Feels bad. But, in Dark Souls, when we're leveling up our weapons, there's like... It's a very similar kind of thing. We find stones, and the size of the stone lends it to being a higher upgrade and everything. But when we have a normal bloodstone shard, we've got just one of them. But when we've got two of them, it's referred to as a twin. And this is helping reinforce the themes of childbirth and babies and stuff that we'll eventually see throughout the game. Oh, you fucked up. You fucked up. Well, that guy was actually pretty close. That's a weird spot to jump off from, but yeah, it was pretty cool seeing some of the Battlefield guys pop in. But I think that the less you know about these games and their story, the more ridiculous all the stuff that I'm saying seems. I try really hard not to make it like information overload. I try to use terminology that helps ease people into it a little bit more. But I think that there's just so much in these stories and so much to talk about that if you're not familiar with a lot of it, you're just kind of like, what? Like it's really hard to take all this shit in. It's pretty wild. But that's also what makes it so satisfying and so interesting to me. It's not the idea that I know more than other people. It's the idea that even after doing all this research and all these playthroughs and reading like the Pale Blood Hunt and watching VaatiVidya and all this stuff, there's still more to discover, and there's still better ways for me to tell the story. And I think that's why it's so fun to do over and over again. Like some people, I think they have this kind of misinterpretation that I'm like spoiling the story for other people and then I'm robbing them of discovering this sort of stuff on their own. But to be honest, like if you're interested in lore in these games in the first place, you want to know these sort of things. And it's not just that I'm spoiling the story and over-explaining it to everybody, it's that I'm helping them understand the story, and then I'm showing them how to play the game in a way that makes the story more evident and more impactful. So that's why it's so fun to me. I'm not trying to show off how much I know. I'm trying to help the community grow their own subset of knowledge so that they can infer their own things and learn their own take on it. Hat that messengers are oddly fond of, a nice top hat rounds out any Arnhem gentleman. The inhabitants of the stump appear to have an interest in adornment. Why not let them be happy and revel as babes? So we actually have quite a few of the adornments now, which is nice. Top hat, bloody ribbon, red messenger ribbon, and the potheads. Was there some other item that I missed? Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, the Sekiro stuff, Jesus. Yeah, I know what you mean. I've done a few Sekiro lore playthroughs, but the trick about Sekiro is that there's a breakpoint where if you make one choice, you get one ending, but if you make another choice, you can actually get all three endings in one game. So you don't necessarily have to beat Sekiro 4 total times in order to get the endings. Technically, you can meet all the requirements for 3 of the endings in one playthrough, and then just like save scum your way to the achievement if you want. But at the end of Sekiro, you make another choice at the very end of the game, and it's basically like choose which ending you want. So you can actually get 3 of the 4 endings in Sekiro in one playthrough. Hey Momin, what's up, man? Well, that was a madman's knowledge, wasn't it? Yeah. So I don't think there's a safe way down from this spot, actually. As this guy's about to discover. Yeet! Oh, it never gets old. The specters are one of the best parts of the online component in this game. Cost boobs. Cost boobs. I've actually been thinking about where Momin gets his name from, but I have no idea. Like my character? He's very handsome. Is it from a Death Grip song? I bet it's from a Death Grip song because Momin loves Death Grip so much. It's probably Death Grip's lyrics. Because Death Grips is Momin's favorite band. Favorite rapper, I should say. Death Grips, the singular rapper known as Death Grips. So when we find our way to the secret ledge, and we find our way to the secret door, we reach the abandoned old workshop, which should be a familiar scene to any hunter. Unless you're doing a No Hunter's Dream playthrough, I guess. So I'm not necessarily sure whether this is a bug or whether it's intentional. But if you listen, you can hear somebody going, yes, yes. We can actually hear this dialogue later on when we talk to an NPC. This is just like a snippet of a line of dialogue that we can hear through somebody talking through a door. But like I said, I'm not really sure if the sound effect was placed here intentionally or whether it was a bug. I've been meaning to talk to Zuli and Lance about it, but I probably also just haven't caught one of their playthroughs to learn myself. So yeah, the abandoned old workshop is the place that the hunter's dream is based off of, because every nightmare and dream is essentially built from the memory of something else. So the hunter's dream is the memory of this workshop that has now been abandoned. The chests has been taken away, the books removed from the shelves, the mirror is even gone. The only things that remain are a small hair ornament, one-third of an umbilical cord, and an abandoned doll. A small, very ordinary hair ornament. Although it has been lost for quite some time, one can still see signs of the care with which this tasteful ornament was once kept. Its color would stand out most brilliantly against a head of grayish hair. And here we can get a better look at not only at the doll with the monocular, but if you take a really close look, you can see that even in the waking world, the finger on the doll continues to move. You can see it wiggling every once in a while. So this isn't the wiggling and the liveliness of the doll. The fact that it's something that's alive isn't just something that's there in the dream, it's something that's visible in the waking world as well. And I had somebody come in the chat and they were like, oh, it's because it's the same assets, idiot. And I'm like, well, maybe you should open your mind a little bit more to the possibility that not everything in the waking world is as it seems. So the 1/3 of umbilical cord is another consumable we can get. A great relic, also known as the Cord of the Eye. Every infant Great One has this precursor to the umbilical cord. Every Great One loses his child and then yearns for a surrogate. The third umbilical cord precipitated the encounter with the pale moon, which beckoned to the hunters and conceived the hunter's dream. Used to gain insight, and so they say, eyes on the inside, although no one remembers what that truly entails. So a relic is something from a bygone age that has withstood the test of time and is usually of great importance. Every infant Great One has this precursor to the umbilical cord. So Great Ones have an infant stage and can be raised to adulthood. And a precursor to the umbilical cord implies that on an evolutionary scale, Great Ones have been around for a longer time than mammals. Mammals are typically the kind of creature that has umbilical cord. I think there may be a couple exceptions, but generally umbilical cords are on mammalian creatures. Every Great One loses its child and then yearns for a surrogate. So to put it lightly, it may be that death is a part of the life cycle for a Great Ones. If we die to go to the hunter's dream, and the hunter's dream in some way exists on the same plane of existence as the nightmares, and which is the place the Great Ones inhabit, then it wouldn't be so far off to think that death is a natural part of their life cycle. But the other thing is that when we're talking about biology and evolution, the larger and more complex a creature is, the less offspring it has, and the longer it takes to rear them. So when we're talking about like bacteria and bugs and smaller creatures, they'll generally have hundreds, if not thousands, of young, because only a small percentage of those infants will make it to adulthood. But when we're talking about about creatures advanced as humans and elephants and other larger mammals and whales and stuff like that, it's a lot harder and it takes a lot more energy and resources to raise these young to adulthood. So if we take that one step further, because Great Ones are supposed to be so much more advanced and more advanced than humans, then it wouldn't be so far off to think that Great Ones are so advanced that when they have a child, it just dies. It doesn't have, not that it doesn't have a chance for survival, but that it's too complex in order to be able to survive. There's some term, like biological term for that, but I can never remember what the hell it is. And the other thing is that it yearns for a surrogate. So a surrogate is not just a replacement. If you have a woman that has uterine cancer, her uterus is unable to carry a child, she can still be fertile and she can still produce eggs. So what you might do is you might take one of those eggs, inseminate it, and then use another woman's womb as a surrogate. So it's still the child of the original people, but somebody else gives birth to that child. So the implication here is that Great Ones don't necessarily have a normal life cycle where they mate and then give birth to young. In order for Great Ones to have a child in the first place, they need a surrogate, which is usually in the case of somebody with a high enough quality of blood or blood tinge. The third umbilical cord precipitated the encounter with the pale moon, which beckoned the hunters and conceived the hunter's dream. So there's another connection between the pale moon, pale blood, and the moon presence. This also means that this cord beckoned the hunters, created the hunters in the first place, and conceived the hunter's dream. So, spoiler warning for the ending of the game, if you worry about that sort of stuff. Long story short, humans have been trying to make contact with Great Ones in an effort to match their greatness in some sort of way, shape, or form. So they've been seeking multiple ways to make contact with these beings, even though they're supposed to be off in the far reaches of space or in the sky above their heads or whatever. So what happens, loosely, is humans get their hands on an umbilical cord. Umbilical cords allow them to make contact with Great Ones, and even though the Great Ones are sympathetic in spirit and will answer when called upon, this usually ends up in the cursing of the person that made contact with the Great One. When this contact is made using one of these cords, new planes of existence are literally born or stillborn from the contact that was made. So in this case, this cord conceived the hunter's dream and beckoned the hunters, which also coincides with the night of the hunts, which has been the curse that has befallen Yharnam for however many years this has been going on. And then later on we can find another cord which allowed the School of Mensis to make contact with Murgo and resulted in the stillbirth of their brains. This stillbirth of their brains is likely, supposedly, why the Nightmare of Mensis exists in the first place. So this one conceived the hunter's dream, and the contact with Murgo resulted in the stillbirth of the Nightmare of Mensis. Used to gain insight in those, so they say, eyes on the inside, although no one remembers what that truly entails. We have a few different insight consumables and other ways to gain insight, like looking at a boss for the first time, exploring areas of interest for the first time, etc. But umbilical cords are supposed to grant more insight than either of these mediums. And eyes on the inside is the transformation that takes place when one gains enough insight into the world beyond humanity in order to turn in to a Great One. So there's a big mystery about where the Great Ones come from and whether they predated humans or not, but the truth to the secret ending that we can discover in Bloodborne is that even normal humans can attain these relics and then turn into Great Ones themselves, which is what eyes on the inside truly entails. You get all that? You get all that? Did I miss anything? Oh, fuck this game, dude. Old Hunter Bone. So we find the Old Hunter Bone at the only grave that's in the abandoned workshop. When we're in the Hunter's Dream, there's graves all along here that take us to the chalices, and there's graves all along here that take us to the abandoned workshop. But the only grave that stands at the abandoned workshop is the one here. Now, when we're in the Hunter's Dream, this is also the grave that takes us to the DLC area, the Hunter's Nightmare. And this Old Hunter's Bone is the first Hunter's tool that we can use that gives us the art of quickening, speeding up rolling and giving us quick steps. The bone of an old hunter whose name is lost. It is said that he was an apprenticed old German and a practitioner of the art of quickening, a technique particular to the first hunters. It is most appropriate that hunters, carriers of the torch who are sustained by the dream, would tease an old art from his remains. So, there's a few instances of characters that we can see that use the art of quickening. When we use this, we no longer have a normal dash. We'll like quick step and we'll become slightly like invisible for a second as we quick dash around anime style. Some of the old hunters who were taught by German, they just have this ability innately. Maria and some of the old hunters that we can fight in the DLC, they just have this without needing to use the bone. But the player character, as well as the Bloody Crow of Canehursts, we actually use the bone and we use the item in our hands in order to gain the art of quickening, because we weren't one of the first apprentices to Old German. Now, the reason I kept saying he in quotation marks is because there's a few examples in the localization and translation of text in this game, because originally, you have to remember that FromSoft is a Japanese company. So they would have written all these item descriptions and lore in Japanese, and then it would be up to a team in America to translate and localize the meaning of these descriptions and put it forth in a way that people who speak English would be able to understand a little bit easier. So this is why there's a bit of a difference between the Japanese translations to the English translations. Now, throughout Dark Souls, Sekiro, Bloodborne, and I imagine even Elden Ring is going to have some of this, there are explicit examples of there being a little bit of gender mismatching. In Sekiro, there's a couple lines of dialogue about the Slender Finger, which is an item you can get in that game, where the items refer to the person this finger belonged to as a woman, but the dialogue we hear in English refers to it belonging to a man. And in this case, for the old hunter bone, this item says that the bone belonged to a male twice. It says he was an apprenticed old German, and an old art from his remains. But in the Japanese translation, it's gender neutral. It doesn't specify whether this bone belonged to a male or whether it belonged to a female. So, while the old hunter bone in English specifically states that it belonged to a male, the gender neutral aspect of the Japanese translation could possibly, asterisk, imply that this bone belonged to a woman. And in my personal opinion, if this bone belonged to Maria, it would have a lot more of an impact, because that would imply that this is Maria's grave, and it would strengthen the connection between German and Maria and the doll a little bit more. So, some people believe that the English translation is canon, some people believe the Japanese translation is canon, but there's a case of gender mismatching happening in all these games. So either the localization team fucked up, or Miyazaki is playing a trick on us and, making us ask more questions than we need to. So, take all that how you will. But to me, this is German's workshop. The abandoned workshop is German's workshop. So it would make a lot more sense for this grave to belong to Maria. Beautiful. Beautiful. Love it. Discarded doll clothing, likely a spare for dress up. A deep love for the doll can be surmised by the fine craftsmanship of this article and the care with which it was kept. It borderlines on mania and exudes a slight warmth. So this is the outfit that the doll wears, whether they're in the abandoned workshop or in the hunter's dream. And it says that there's a deep love for the doll, and it borderlines on mania. The only other item description that mentions mania is Maria's clothing, which we can obtain in the DLC eventually after defeating her as a boss fight. And the notion behind this garb exuding a slight warmth is either because of the care with which it was kept. I mean, it's been locked here in a chest for God knows how long, right? So maybe the warmth of the clothes is supposed to be an indication of the nature of the doll and whether it's alive or not as well. And yeah, Fausti, about what you said about the women and the cords, yeah. Like, a woman with high enough quality of blood is the only real candidate for these cords and for the nature of the Great Ones. Which helps explain, like, people say, like, oh, we can't understand the Great Ones and their motives. The motive of the Great Ones is to breed. It is to propagate themselves. It is to survive, much like any other creature, you know? But it's the nature that they're so advanced that they can't breed by themselves. They need humans in order to propagate themselves. And not just they need human biology. They might also need the memory that humans have in order to create these planes of existence they exist on. And yeah, well, there is a good reason to believe that this cord has something to do with Maria, because if Maria is a descendant of Queen Annalise, then she obviously has high enough quality blood to be able to do this. But I think the other implication here, because of the DLC, is that German and Maria were present at the events of the fishing hamlet. So either the cord came from Maria, or Maria and German took the cord from the orphan and brought it back here. You can, it's not one or the other. We don't really know which one it is, but there's evidence for both of them, I suppose. That's why a lot of people think, like, there's a bit of a disparity between the lore that people understood before the DLC came out and the implications and how the DLC changed their thoughts of the lore, because before the DLC, all we knew about Maria and the doll was that they were like descendants of Queen Annalise, and there was a little bit of a relation there. But then when the DLC comes out, we find out that they were, present at the events of the fishing hamlet, and there's a lot more to the story than it seemed. Hey Husky, what's going on? Yeah, I try to put a lot of effort into my characters, as you can tell. That's a little bit better. Did I hit this lamp yet? Ooh. Hello there. Oh yeah, and also people like to sacrifice themselves for the doll. So whenever you come here, there's usually a bunch of specters here. Like even like 6 or 7 years later, people are still doing this shit. Unbelievable. And this statue here is also of interest, because we find this statue in the Hunter's Dream as well as the Abandoned Workshop, and we can also find these all over the Chalice dungeons as well. Whenever we activate a lever or go through one of the doors that those levers open in the Chalice dungeons, there's always these statues present. And they're always standing over a tombstone, and they also have these kind of, I'm not necessarily sure if that's supposed to be like stitching across the forehead, or if it's like a crown of thorns or something to that effect, but it's present on all these statues. But it's kind of hard to make really good looking characters in Bloodborne and Dark Souls and the previous games, but to my understanding, the character creator in Elden Ring is a lot more robust. So I've seen screenshots of people creating characters in Elden Ring that look like really, really good. My question is, how fucked up and ridiculous can I make my character look when I end up playing the game? It's kind of how I roll. Yeah, this character looks pretty normal compared to some of my other ones. Damn it, do the grab. Oh, this might kill me. So when he does the grab, he bites your neck, and this actually empowers him. He'll gain like a bloodlust buff, and this causes him to do a lot more damage. Ooh, that's quite a bit more damage, jeez. Secret symbol left by Carol, runesmith of Bergenworth. A transcription of the roar of a labyrinth beast. The bearer of the beast rune has accentuated temporary transformation effects. Beast is one of the early Carol runes, as one of the first to be deemed forbidden. The discovery of blood entailed the discovery of undesirable beasts. So the description here refers to it as a labyrinth beast, and this is the only one of these creatures that we can see outside of the Chalice dungeons, the labyrinth. When we find these in the Chalice dungeons, they're referred to as beast-possessed souls, and the difference between this translation and the Japanese version of this item description is the Japanese states that it was the first to be discovered, and that it was the first to be deemed forbidden. The effect of this rune is it increases your beasthood stat. So the only ways to increase your beasthood is to use armor that has higher stat, use the runes which grant you more of it, and I'm not sure necessarily if beasthood increases or decreases based on your insight, but that would make sense if having higher insight decreased it.
A night of curses. A night to remember. Wouldn't you say, friend?
Now, Chuckles here is one of the only characters that can actually be talked to after we kill Vacuous Rom. As we progress through the night, the people inside, the people hiding inside on their night of the hunt, or on the night of the hunt, they're going progressively more and more insane. And then when we kill Rom, we actually can't talk to anybody who's inside anymore. They're all gone or dead or insane, however you want to interpret it. But this guy remains, even after we see the red moon. And I'm not sure if this is necessarily ripped out of an H.P. Lovecraft book, but I know that there's been a couple different H.P. Lovecraft inspired tales where people who aren't insane succumb to madness when they encounter eldritch wisdom, but people who are already insane view it as this irrefutable truth. So if you're normal and sane, it causes you to become insane, but if you're already insane, you can see the truth and perceive it for what it is, I suppose. So I'm not necessarily saying that's why this guy persists once the red moon is revealed, but it is pretty interesting. Common Yarnum clothing, well worn and damp with sweat. So once we kill the Bloodstarved beasts, the game starts spawning the Sackmen. These guys only appear once we kill the Bloodstarved beasts, and if we get grabbed by one of these dudes, they'll actually put us in their sack and take us on a field trip, which I will do eventually. When you do enough damage to them, they power up. But the power-up animation allows you to get in another backstab. And they can even drop twin bloodstone shards, which is quite nice. Those are the next upgrades we need for our weapons. Now what's interesting about these dudes is they wear the butcher outfit, and the butcher outfit is something we can't acquire ourselves until we get to the DLC. And as far as I know, these are the only guys who have this outfit outside of the DLC. So I don't necessarily think it's like there's any real lore implications behind it, but it is interesting. It's another church guy praying to some graves. And we'll actually see a bunch more corpses in the Forbidden Woods praying to the giant tombstones. What's interesting about these particular tombstones is they look rather, I want to say unnatural, but I guess natural is probably the better way to put it. It doesn't, like, these ones kind of look like they're man-made, but these ones kind of look like they're, like, just popping up out of the ground or something. Like, there's something unnaturally natural about them. It's another statue with their eyes covered here. And we can even make out some signs throughout. We can see some of these earlier on in Central Yharnam as well. I think that's just like 3 dudes around a barrel or something. One of them has a... It looks like a saw, like a wooden or a wood saw. Hand saw? I can't remember what the hell you call those things exactly, but... And there's another one, it almost kind of looks like somebody, like carving wood on a coffin or something like that, but I think that's the one in Central Yharnam. Nice. Oh, they can drop Molotovs. That's nice. So this is the first of the brain suckers we can run into. And they're called brain suckers because they suck our brains. This also causes us to lose insight. So each time they grab us, they'll literally suck the memories from our head. Yo, Dynamic with the raid. Thank you, man. How the heck are you? How's Kingdom Come going for you? I'm currently trying not to lose my mind, playing some Bloodborne, while this crazed slug creature tries to literally steal the memories from my head. So you can see how that like phantasmal slug-like creature pops up out of the head of this creature, the brain sucker. And if we take a close look at the brain sucker, we can see that there's stitches on top of their head, like they've had some sort of procedure or a lobotomy or some such. If we take a close look at their face, we can see that they have no eyes of their own. So if insight is represented by eyes on the inside, then they literally try to take our eyes from the inside of our head because they don't have any. I also believe that if they have stitches on their head, it might imply that like, I guess these guys are probably experimentations done by the church, or maybe even found from the chalices for all we know. But I think the implication is that whatever was in their head has been removed and been replaced by these giant phantasmal slug-like creatures. And here we have the first Waning Gem that we can find. Because it has fire attack up, this will change the scaling of our weapon to arcane from whatever it is and add a little bit of fire damage. Most waning blood gems provide rare special effects, such as fire, bolt, or healing. So radial and circle gemstones are just kind of whatever, but the waning gemstones are modeled after the waning moon. When you have a crescent moon, the full form of the moon is waning. So that's what that's why these are called waning gemstones. But yeah, thanks for the raid, Dynamic. I appreciate it, man. Everybody check out Dynamic Fiend. One of my Battlefield friends, but he is also pretty sick of that game, and he's playing a bunch of other stuff right now, so I hope he's enjoying himself. I think earlier when I was watching you, you were talking to a chicken? If I remember correctly? A lot of talking in that game, but I think that's where a lot of the fun comes in. So there's two ways that we can proceed through Cathedral Ward. We can either use the Hunter Chief emblem and come this way, or we can kill blood-starved beasts and then pop out of this door here. Always with the witches, turning people into stuff, I see. Throw to create mist cloud that prevents HP restoration. The mist cloud numbs a hunter's life essence and prevents restoration of HP. Said to be used by the blood hunters of Canehurst, its recipe is a secret closely guarded by the line of nobles inhabiting the castle. Hey, Chonk, what's up, man? So, this mist prevents us from restoring our health points. So if we get hit by this consumable, it's you throw it at the target. It'll prevent us from using blood vials. There's always items in Dark Souls and Bloodborne that are throwable items that prevent you from healing. In Dark Souls, I believe they're called Undead Hunter's Charms or something, and they were used by religious figures on undead hunts because undead are notoriously hard to kill because of their ability to use Estus. But in Bloodborne, it's a mist that prevents restoration of HP. And when we look at how it numbs a hunter's life essence, we can actually go to our stats and find out a little bit of lore about each of the stats. So our HP is not necessarily just how many points of health we have, it's the power or will to survive. And will is a constant theme that is present in the thickness of our blood. The stronger will we have to survive, the thicker our blood can be. So HP is literally represented by our will to live and our will to survive. Hey, Blue. Hat that messengers are oddly fond of, symbol of the preventative hunters of the healing church. The inhabitants of the stump appear to have an interest in adornment, and I know that they may be in real vapes. We'll find more about this set later. This is actually a matching piece of garb that we can get in the other part of Cathedral Ward. Alright, so when it comes down to Eileen's quests, you don't necessarily need to talk to Eileen in Central Yharnam. If you talk to her in Central Yharnam, you get the Bold Hunter's Marks, and you get the Gesture. But I've opened one gate, and Eileen is not here. No Eileen, one gate. When I go up here and open the second gate, Eileen will spawn down at the Cathedral Ward. Yeah, it's a lot harder to co-op in Bloodborne than it is in Dark Souls 3. In Dark Souls 3, the resource you need to play online and cooperate with people is a lot easier to get. But in Bloodborne, once you run out of that resource, it's really hard to get any back. So, also the gating in this game is very strange. Like, you can't co-op in certain areas and stuff like that. But in Dark Souls 3, you can cooperate in most areas. Not all areas, but still more than in this one. So now that I've opened 2 of the 3 gates, Eileen has appeared at the Cathedral Ward.
Oh, hello there. Perfect timing. I must warn you not to go near the tomb below Odin Chapel in the Cathedral Ward. Henrik, an old hunter, has gone mad. And he's my mark.
Yeah, Demon Souls is even worse, because if you die while you're alive, it has worse implications for what can happen. Like, if you die when you have a body, it literally makes the game harder, so it's pretty brutal.
Don't go near the tomb below Odin Chapel in the Cathedral Ward. I have business there first.
So Eileen advises us not to go to the tomb below Odin Chapel. This is the area where we fought Gascoigne, because her mark is there. Eileen's role in this world, as we'll come to find out, is to... The fate of all hunters is to become blood drunk, is to succumb to bloodlust. So her job, as the hunter of hunters, is to determine whether other hunters have become addled by blood, and then dispatch them with some degree of honor. And what is the other word they use in the item? Yeah, whatever. So part of her quest involves getting her to spawn here, and then going and fighting Henrik at the tomb. Like I said, you don't need to talk to her in Central Yharnam. If you open the 2 gates here and cause Eileen to spawn, she'll repeat the same dialogue she had before, and then continue on into don't go to the tomb below Odin Chapel. So, talking to Eileen in Central Yharnam is not a prerequisite for the quest. Literally all you have to do is open 2 gates, talk to her, reload the area, and then talk to her again, and then you can continue along on her quest. I don't necessarily want to fight Henrik right now. I want to buff my character up a little bit, because Henrik is a son of a bitch and he's really hard to fight. And there's a lot more items and things of interest to find in this next little area here. I am running out of blood vials though, so unless these guys drop some for me, I'm kinda... Oh wait, I get like 6 right here, don't I? Ugh. And that's exactly why I'm doing this, Blue. It's, I'm not necessarily just going around and explaining everything. Whenever there's an option in one of these quest lines, or the opportunity to do something else, I try to explain how to do it the many ways that are in the game. So I'm kind of bound to doing all the quests a certain way, but whenever there's an option, I always try to explain all the different options as well as their implications. So while I am explaining the game and how it works, I'm also trying to shed a little bit of light on how to do the quests properly without messing them up. Because that's the other thing that's difficult about doing a lore-centered playthrough in these games, is you can make one simple mistake, or do something slightly out of order compared to how you usually do it, and the quest is just completely broken at that point. So I try to be as thorough as I can. Oh, that reach. I'm dead. Oh, I'm not dead. Where's Sombrero guy? There he is. This guy has a repeating pistol, so his gun does a lot of damage. Damn, that's a lot of blood. They don't call it Bloodborne for no reason, folks. So in the central plaza in Cathedral Ward, we can find a whole bunch of church corpses, and they all drop Madman's knowledge. When we choose one of the endings at the game, we'll awaken under a morning sun and forget everything we knew about the dream. So the implication here is that these church members are other hunters who ended up waking up here and then dying after their night of the hunts. Because when we choose that ending, this is where we wake up. I need blood vials. Give me blood vials. Lousy jerks. So we can see how the church giants have the same shawl that all church members wear. It does look quite a bit like the executioner garb, but you have to remember that the executioner garb became the basis for all church attire. So the shawl doesn't necessarily mean they must be an executioner. The shawl merely means that they are a member of the church. The hat is reminiscent of the Black Church Doctor outfit. And we can also see that they wear a giant bell on their necks. Bells are another constant theme that we see throughout Bloodborne. And they're instruments that the church and the hunters use in order to cross the gap of worlds. Getting a lot of extra bloodstone shards, but I wanted vials. God dang it. This is the Odin Chapel, where we started in this area. There's Upper Cathedral Ward, and there's the Astral Clock Tower. This bridge here It's also the bridge that we use to get to Upper Cathedral Ward from the chapel. Oh, and this building here is the church workshop, which eventually takes us down to the abandoned workshop. Jesus. So this is the other side of the gate that we can use the Hunter Chief emblem in order to open. Now, I could pull this gate, or pull this device, this lever, and then open the gate myself without buying the emblem. But the thing is that if you have high enough insight, you can see that when you produce the emblem to the gate, there's actually a group of messengers that pull the lever and open the gate for you. If you face the gate and then open it using the emblem, you don't face the gate. Your character will actually turn to the messengers and they'll open the gate for you. Now earlier I pointed out that the version of the communion rune that I got is kind of faded and unclear because the lower ranks of the runes are kind of like misty and unclear, and you gain more clarity in the runes the higher rank it is. So here we can see the symbol of the healing church and its ministers. This is also the symbol for communion, and you can make out the communion rune in the background and two figures on either side with a chalice that has blood or something else going into it. We can also make out the 3 points here indicated by flowers, and there's a lot of pyramidal geometry in the a lot of the church images that we see. So in the communion rune here, you can see how there's 3 dots in a pyramid formation around the rune. But this is the symbol of the church and its ministers, and blood ministration is synonymous with the pursuit of communion. Communion is a religious ritual that in essence brings you closer to God, because the implication is that we can't necessarily talk directly to God, so we have to perform these rituals in order to gain communion with them. The most obvious example of communion is the rite of communion in the Christian and Catholic Orthodox, where you take you take bread, which represents the body of Christ, which was sacrificed for us, and wine, which represents the blood of Christ. And when we consume the bread and the wine, which represents the body and the blood, this is an act of communion that introduces us to the church's order and helps us commune with God directly in some way, shape, or form. And in Bloodborne, communion isn't just necessarily like a religious ritual, because the whole point of the choir and the school of Mensis was to literally commune with the gods. They wanted to make contact with these beings so that they could communicate and gain information and gain their power and match their greatness. When you're fighting the brain suckers, they're really resistant to physical damage. Generally, I hit for harder than 18. This is because they're kin, and kin are weak to thrust damage. So if I thrust, I do full damage. Jesus Christ. How many twins do we have? 5? Excellent. Well, I mean, communion is, like, the rune is literally called communion. We hear the word communion in several different dialogues throughout the game, and it's all implicative. The devs The devs don't speak about the lore in this game. It's all up to the community and the people playing it to figure out what the hell they're talking about. Like when you play games like Metal Gear Solid and Death Stranding, like a Kojima game, Kojima, once the game is out, will like tweet about the game's meaning, and he'll tell you the meaning behind stuff directly in like notes and stuff like that, and he'll put out like a making of documentary which helps shed light on some of the vague shit that's in those games. But when it comes down to Hidetaka Miyazaki and the team at FromSoft, vagueness and loosely interpreted meaning is the name of the game. If Miyazaki and the people at FromSoft told us what all this stuff meant, it means that I wouldn't have to do what I'm doing here. The getting to the end of the game doesn't give you all the answers, neither does reading all the item descriptions. You have to figure out how all the dots connect, and then figure out what stuff in the real world led to the development of these stories. So when we're talking about Dark Souls is more firmly rooted in fantasy and medieval kind of mythology and folklore and that sort of stuff, whereas Bloodborne is much more rooted in the multiple religions that we've seen throughout the ages. And there's still like folklore and mythology in Bloodborne, of course, but there's way more religious imagery in these games, or in Bloodborne, compared to Dark Souls and Sekiro. Well, maybe not necessarily Sekiro, because Sekiro is so firmly rooted in Buddhism and all that sort of stuff, but it's like it's all the same kind of shit, but it's more rooted in different things. So Dark Souls is medieval, Bloodborne is like Roman Christian kind of Catholicism, as well as a few other religion things here and there, and then Sekiro is all about Buddhism. But it's not really like a direct one-to-one thing either. Like, knowing stuff about communion and the blood and the wine sort of thing, it's not really going to give you any answers to the story. It's just nice thinking about how, even though these are fantastic stories, they're based on stuff that exists in the real world, which I think is way, way more interesting. And that also lends into the vagueness of it as well. Like, it's a more interesting story if you don't have all the answers once you're done learning about the story, you know? Oh yeah, like, knowing all this shit doesn't make the story any easier to tell. I've done like 30 or 40 of these lore playthroughs, and not only am I still learning more about these stories, but like I said earlier, I'm still finding new and interesting, or not new and interesting ways to tell the story, but using terminology that makes it easier to get into. But when we're talking about Dark Souls and Bloodborne and Sekiro, the stories are icebergs. You have a little bit of information that the game gives us, and then there's this giant fucking mass of stuff you have to dig through to learn about the meaning of the stuff that we see at the top. So you really got to think about these stories as icebergs. There's a little bit of visible at the top and a whole lot more underneath the water. Yeah, girl. Yeah, girl. Bow, chicka, bow. Sorry. Shining coins, various coins that are particularly luminous. There are very few uses for spare change during the hunts, but these will serve as guides through the darkness, or one could save them until morning, if it ever comes. So there's that other, the implication that morning doesn't come until our night of the hunt, our adventure is over. And this isn't just like a figurative thing, it's a literal thing. The night continues to drag on until we accomplish our goals. In the previous games, you had stones you could drop on the ground, and they didn't just serve as guides letting you know whether you've been in that area or not, like breadcrumbs and Hansel and Gretel, but you could even drop these stones off of a height to determine whether or not you would die from it. I don't think the shining coins have the same functionality in this game, but you can use shining coins to trick people that you've invaded into going into a certain area, or you can just use them to like if you aren't familiar with the level and you don't know where the hell you're going, you can drop some shining coins in a spot so that way you know if you've been there before. How dare you? Death to the minister? Death to the minister? Come on, gimme. F. Fuck. Some of the torch enemies will alert other enemies to your presence, and they have unique lines of dialogue when they do that. So that guy waves his torch in the air, and he goes, "Over here." But occasionally he'll also say, "Death to the minister." But it's a more rare line of dialogue. Isn't there another... Oh, I didn't get the whole crew. So if you didn't kill blood-starved beasts and go around the way that I came through the area, you can buy the Hunter Chief emblem for 10,000 echoes, open that gate, come through up here, and then drop down below this other gate. So there's a couple different ways to access the rest of Cathedral Ward. A watchman of Bergenworth guards the gate with a password, the sacred adage of the Grand Cathedral. And we'll run into this watchman soon enough. A knife slathered in poison. This curved knife is as thin and sharp as a surgeon's blade, often used for self-defense by special doctors in the healing church. They say that hunters traditionally avoid the use of poison, likely because the poison is too slow to act in the heat of the hunt. So yes, poison does damage very slowly, and you have to be strong and aggressive in order to counter the speed of the beasts, so it isn't necessarily totally effective. But if you don't want to fight something head-on, you can throw these knives at it from a safe distance and whittle down their health slowly. Attire of the Healing Church Hunters, or of Healing Church Hunters, the holy shawl, symbol of the Healing Church, flutters proudly on their backs. Most Healing Church Hunters are elementary doctors who understand the importance of early prevention of the scourge, achieved by disposing of victims and even potential victims before signs of sickness manifest themselves. Their black attire is synonymous with fear and that peculiar Yarnum madness. white surgical gloves, the intricate embroidery weaves a spell that protects its wearer. The church engages in the hunt in a medical capacity. When a cancer is discovered, one must pinpoint its location, reach in, and wrench it from the host's bosom. So this item is the best example of how the healing church, the name even implies that they're not just a religious figurehead, they're also like the forefront of medical technology and the healing of ailments and stuff like that. That's one of the main reasons why they're messing with the old blood in particular, is because it has certain healing properties that they're trying to exploit. But this is also true throughout the ages of history as well. We haven't always had hospitals that we can go visit, but not in the early days, but in some cultures, in some ages, you would visit a church to get healed. Not just in the kind of, you are now healed kind of way, but they would actually operate in a medical capacity themselves. So there wasn't much use in distinguishing between a nurse and a nun in some cases. And it's also an interesting description because when we perform a visceral attack, you can parry somebody with the gun or riposte them, whatever, but the actual attack that you do is called a visceral attack. In Dark Souls, when you do a critical attack, you actually use your weapon. You'll take your weapon and you'll stab it into the dude, as well as when you do a backstab. But when you do a visceral attack or a backstab in Bloodborne, you actually use your hand, you reach into the person and thrust outwards, and you do a whole shit ton of damage.
Praise you. Praise the old damn church. And best of luck hunting. Best luck of all.
Praise the whole damn church. So earlier in the abandoned workshop, I pointed out that there was a sound effect that sounded like a woman going, yes, yes. Listen carefully to the dialogue here and see if you can see if they match up or not.
With the deepest gratitude for the church and all they do for us. The deepest, widest gratitude, yes. Yes. With the deepest gratitude for the church and all they do for us. The deepest, widest gratitude, yes. Yes.
So that line at the end of this dialogue is the exact same sound effect we can hear down in the abandoned workshop. Like I was saying, I'm not necessarily sure whether it's intentional, like it's supposed to, you know, the pervertedness of Gurman and the doll or whatever, or if it's just a bug where for some reason the sound effect or the sound clip here is heard somewhere else. I'm not necessarily totally sure. If you remember the opening cutscene of the game, one of the very first scenes we see in that cutscene, the camera starts off up here and then goes down into this alley. So this is the alley from that cutscene.
You're not from around here, are you? Well, an outsider who's come to join the hunt? What a pathetic idea. You what? What, you think I'm a beast? Well, maybe I think you're a beast. And step away from our castle. Oh, enough of you. What, you think this is funny? Well, I certainly don't, so be gone with you. I'll have nothing to do with your beast stones. Oh, enough with you already. Come on, just go, will ya?
Fine, jeez.
Oh my, what a queer scent. But I'd take it over the stench of blood and beasts any day. What is it then? I'm off during hunts, so if that's what you're here for, I'll leave you to your own devices. If that doesn't do it, come back in the morning, darling.
So the first thing this woman mentions is our queer scent. There's a few different characters we're going to run into in the game that mention how the player character Hunter has a very distinguishable smell about them. We come to find out later that we actually smell like the moon, and that's what's so strange about the scent. But I do think it's interesting that people can literally smell us through the doors, almost kind of like one of the side effects of using the blood is like heightened senses or something like that, and it's just all supposition, of course. Hey, Carter, what's up, man? But yeah, the woman in here, I can't remember her name right now, actually, but she's a woman of the night. She's a prostitute. So when she says, leave you to your own devices, and if that doesn't work, come back to me in the morning, because she's off during hunts, it's because she is a prostitute, and she is a lady of the night. Her dialogue will actually change depending on whether you're a male or female. If you're a male, she says to come back in the morning because she's off during hunts. But if you're a female, she actually says that you should go away because she wouldn't want to drag you down with her.
Oh, thank goodness. You're a hunter, right? Might you know of a safe place? The night is long, and I've very little of the incense left. Please, there must be some nice place to run off to.
So if we send her to the clinic, we get some insight and an item from Yosefka, but it blocks off the quest that she has if we send her to the chapel. You do get her boots if you send her to the clinic and then kill the thing that she turns into. But you can get the boots as part of the quest line anyway. The only real advantage to sending Ariana to the clinic is the items you get from Yosefka, but we want to do her quest, so we'll tell her about the chapel.
Oh, thank you, darling. Maybe I'll see you there.
So whenever you send people to the chapel, the chapel dweller will get a different line of dialogue depending on who you send there. I actually forgot to get this dialogue when I sent the old lady, so I forgot to talk to the chapel dweller. But when you're doing a lore and story playthrough, you basically want to talk to the chapel dweller each time you send somebody there.
Welcome. What? Very well.
The doll set sells for way more echoes than a lot of the other pieces of gear. So generally, if you want to level up really quickly, you can sell the doll set. I'm going to keep the hat just for the description. But you can see that even after spending all my echoes, I have like 28,000 now after selling those articles of clothing. So it's an easy way to level up if you want to.
Welcome. What? Very well. Farewell, good hunt.
Metal. What? Draclo! How dare you? How dare you? We're net zero. We're even. I guess. Thanks for the 5 gifted subs, man. I appreciate it, dude. Orphanabosm, Husky Huff, Barry, Cyanamintz, and Momin. Enjoy your gifted subs. Thanks a lot, Draclo. Thank you so much, dude. How dare you? Unbelievable. This guy. I gift him 5 subs and then he gifts me 5 subs. What the fuck? Unbelievable. Everybody check out Draclo if you like some Battlefield action. He streams other games as well. But yeah, we've been playing lots of Battlefield together and he's one of the homies, so definitely check him out if you're into that stuff.
Oh, kind hunter. Thank you. So, that lady, you told her about this place? Well, she actually talks to me. Well, only now and then, and she don't mince words. But she's a kind one. I can tell. A good woman.
Chapel Dweller's probably one of my favorite voice actors in the entire game. He's so good. Like, he's such a good voice actor. He really knows his shit.
If you find any saint survivors, well, send them along to Odin Chapel, will ya?
Oh, hello, dear. You weren't lying. This is a safe place. Thank you. I'm in your debt. I'd like to tender my thanks, but I haven't much to offer. All I can give is my blood. But would you even take a whore's blood?
No.
Yes, I see. I suppose that's natural. If you ever change your mind, you know where I'll be.
So I gotta go talk to the other guy now. The lying man, I can't remember what his official designation is, but you can't send him anywhere until you tell Ariana where to go. It doesn't matter which choice you give Ariana at the end of the day, you'll still have the other choices for the other guy. But the only way to send him anywhere is to send her first. I missed a corpse up there. Are these guys all gonna aggro on me? Shit. I keep forgetting to buy my hand lantern. God diggity dang it. Nice. Tank. Oh my god, I'm stuck. How did that whiff?
two-bit nonsense you're peddling? I heard you told that wench about some shelter. Well, she's a damn fool to trust an outsider. Why? Well, her sort's probably just fixing to feed some of your coin. Alright, what crafty lies does the outsider have today? You think I'm an easy mark? Yeah? Well, give me your best shot.
So the interesting thing about the lying man is that he not only means the opposite of everything that he says, but he does the opposite of what you tell him. He's suspicious of outsiders, and he doesn't trust us as a hunter either. So if we tell him to go to the chapel, he'll go to the clinic, and if we tell him to go to the clinic, he'll go to the chapel. We can also choose to withhold information at this point.
What, afraid your lies will be exposed? Yeah, I knew you'd back off. I just knew it. Yeah, an outsider you may be, but at least you know when you're bested. I mean, you just can't help yourself, can you? Go on then, fine. Go on, tell me all about it, your little safe haven. Yeah, sorry, too sharp for that bollocks. I know a superstition when I hear one. Outsiders. Even their lies are predictable.
Nice. Nice.
Ah, you, the swindling off-comer. Did you really think that'd work? There's no fooling me. Now, off with you. You heard me. Go away. I can't stand the stench of your lying breath. I'll spare you one nugget of advice. Beware the blind man. There the beggar sits at the bottom of the bloody food chain, and then he's here acting like he owns the place. He's not to be trusted. What's he want with all those people anyway? That little weasel has a murky past, I'm telling you.
If we take a closer look at the chapel dweller, we can see that he's the blind man that the lying man is talking about. He implies that we're not supposed to trust the guy because what's he want to do with all these people? Now, the intentions of the chapel dweller is, you know, he legitimately seems like he wants people to be safe here in this safe haven, but if he's in the Odin Chapel and he drops an Odin rune, then it's likely that he's one of Odin's inadvertent worshippers, and maybe there are other reasons for him to want to bring certain people into this place.
Ah, the hunter. Thank you. So that old man, you told him about this place, right? Well, he don't offer me much in the way of conversation, but still, I'd rather see him alive anyhow. And I sort of hope that my asking you turn out to, you know, help him out in the end. I've never been any use to anyone, you see. Just happy about it, is all. If you find any sane survivors, well, send them along to Odin Chapel, will ya?
My scenes aren't transitioning properly. I gotta increase the time on that. So we can make our way out to the Grand Cathedral right now. But I'm gonna make a detour to the right over here and get some more upgrade materials. Frenzied cold blood. A rich droplet of cold blood containing blood echoes used to gain frenzied blood echoes. This manifestation of madness comes from a mind teetering on the very brink. But has a sane mind ever produced anything of true significance? Frenzy is, if you lose your mind and become incredibly violent, you can be considered as frenzied. You don't see people clearly, you just see everybody as a threat, almost kind of like you become a rabid animal or something. And it basically means a state of insanity where you just attack yourself or other people regardless of who they are. Frenzy has a few other meanings though as well, like when snakes mate, it's usually, or in some cases, they'll all group up into one big pile and writhe around, and these snake mating frenzies can consist of like a couple females and then like dozens if not hundreds of males. So a mating frenzy is something that and like also if you like it's very much an attribute not necessarily of animals in particular, but like a feeding frenzy. If you were to drop some meat into a pool of piranhas, you would consider the onset, you know, a frenzy of some sort of thing. And like it said in the description there, frenzy is a manifestation of madness. So even though madness is a thing that happens in the mind, it can have physical manifestations, which we'll run into later on in the game. Why are you no visceral? This guy's a pain in the ass. I really wish I hit that visceral. Damn, that rifle, Ludwig's rifle has some friggin' range on it. A little bit closer, please. I don't want to fight the other guy at the same time. Piss. A little faster, please. Quit blocking and... There we go. One dunk with a visceral? How much skill do I have? 25 skill. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, walk to this little spot right here. Pull out your monocular. Aim about here. And throw a Molotov. Kobe! 2.1. It might be better than one of the gems I have. Now we have 7 bloodstone shards, so I can get one more upgrade, but I need one more if I want to get the second upgrade. Math? No, I need 5 and then 8. I can't remember. Lead Elixir, a heavy, syrupy liquid medicine. Temporarily shifts weight to make deflection of attacks easier, but must be used with care, as it also slows movement with no change to defense. Its recipe for this mysterious concoction is unknown, but some postulate that it materializes only within the most desperate nightmares. So, generally, you find most of these when you're in nightmare-type areas. We're not in one of those areas right now, and this church actually leads to the unseen village, which isn't a nightmare. But we can find these in the Nightmare Frontier. We find these in the fishing hamlet. And essentially what this item does is when you get hit by attacks, there is a statistic called poise, and the amount of poise that you have determines whether the attack staggers you or not. So there's no poise stat on the armor in this game compared to Dark Souls, but when you take the lead elixir, you move slower, but your attacks won't get interrupted if you get hit. But you move slower, it doesn't grant you any defense, and it's kind of like a risk versus reward kind of thing. There's not very many cases that I use lead elixir in the game, but if you have a high enough health pool, it essentially allows you to just stand there and R1 stuff to death without having to worry about getting your attacks interrupted. And when we use the lead elixir, it coats us in this like watery substance that makes it easier to deflect attacks. But even if I sprint incredibly slowly now. So this is the church that leads us to the unseen village. We can't get there right now, but we can get a better look at the creature we saw earlier when it grabs us here. And we can also see the frenzy effects there. Frenzy being the manifestation of madness from experiencing eldritch wisdom or seeing stuff that we don't necessarily understand yet. So you get hit by the frenzy damage and then it drops you, making you take falling damage, which kind of sucks. But I planned on coming back to this area anyway. I gotta kill those dudes. Alright, let's try this backstab again without messing it up now, please. It's got those iframes. You know what? "10 bullets from the guy. Generally, enemies that shoot a lot drop the most bullets." The nice thing about lead elixir is that you can still dodge when you have it. So you don't get more defense, but you can still dodge at least. So those guys are unseen village hunters. Hunters in name only. They don't necessarily run around and hunt beasts the same way we do. Their specific role is to not only defend and protect the unseen village from getting discovered, I guess, but they also kidnap people and take them to the unseen village so that untidy rituals can be performed on them.
Bless us with blood. Bless us with blood.
Bless us with blood. Bless us with blood. Bless us with blood. Bless us with blood. Bless us with blood. Bless us with blood. Bless us with blood.
Oof. Ooh, double twin bloodstone shards. It's a good find right there. F. Just gonna run past these nerds if I can. That guy's up on a sniper spot, so I can't really get to him now unless I go all the way around. Got some extra bloodstone shards now. I'll upgrade my weapon, spend these echoes, and then go on a field trip. Actually, I'll spend these things, level up the weapon, fight Henrik, and then go on a field trip.
Very well. Farewell, good. Welcome home, good hunter. What?
Actually, let me,
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? What? What is this? I can't remember. Not a thing, only I feel a yearning, something I never felt before. What's happening to me? Tell me, Hunter, could this be joy?
So we arrive in a dream with an abandoned doll that is seemingly able to wake up once we have some level of insight. We find an item in an abandoned workshop that's been hidden and tucked away, and when we give this item to the doll, it can't remember the significance of the item, but it feels something unknown to it. It feels something it's never felt before. It wipes away a single tear stone, and it doesn't know whether it's joy that it's feeling or not. Silver Shining Tear Stone used to gain Droplet Blood Gem. Silver Shining Tear Stone changes into a Droplet Blood Gem that fortifies any weapon. A doll sheds neither blood nor tears, and thus its nature remains unknown. Whoever thinks this is precious must be troubled by severe naivete. So precious is a term used to describe the quality of a gemstone. The more precious a gemstone is, the higher quality it has and the more expensive it can be. But because the doll is not human and sheds neither blood nor tears, the tear that is produced when it cries is made up out of silver and has a level of iridescence to it. If we look at the divine dragon tears that we can acquire in Sekiro, we can see that it's effectively the exact same icon, except the doll tear, the tear stone, is silver, and the dragon's tear is pink. The dragon is represented by an everblossom tree in Sekiro, and everblossoms have pink flowers that give them their particular look. And when we acquire this tear stone in Sekiro, we actually acquire it from the eye of a dragon after we, quote-unquote, cause it to cry by stabbing a giant sword into it. But you can see how there's carryover between the different games in some cases like this. What am I trying to... So the other... When we're talking about FromSoft, Miyazaki and the team at FromSoft like to have a lot of double meanings in a lot of their descriptions. So precious doesn't just mean about the quality of the stone and whether it's high quality or not. It's also calling into question the nature of the doll. Because the doll may seem cute and precious, but if it is alive within this dream and it sheds neither blood nor tears, we have to call into question the nature of this creature and why it's here and why it's been given life and how this ended up happening in the first place. We use the tear stone, we acquire the tear blood gem. A blood gem that fortifies weapons and adds various properties. Droplet blood gems are special gems that adapt to various weapons and changes, and we can see here that it causes our HP to continue to recover. So as long as we have this gem in a weapon, our health will slowly recover over time. Created from a shining silver doll tear, this blood gem is a quiet but unfaltering friend that continually restores HP, the life essence of a hunter. Perhaps the doll's creator had wished for just such a friend, albeit in vain. So we can surmise from the cord that we got in the workshop that Gurman may have used this cord to make contact with the Great One, the Moon Presence, and he may have asked for something. He may have wished for a loved one to be returned for him. So if that is the case, the doll's creator is Gurman, and he had wished to have a friend, albeit in vain. So it's in vain because the woman that he loved, Maria, is now dead because we find her in the nightmare. And even though he had a manic kind of love for Maria, she didn't necessarily share the same feelings. She had a great admiration for Gurman because he was the first hunter, and he was the hunter that trained her to become a hunter as one of his first students. But if you ask me, the items that we get in the fishing hamlets and the story of that place indicates that Maria couldn't handle what she had done at the fishing hamlet. She rescinded her role as a hunter by throwing her weapon down into a well, and either died somehow or possibly even killed herself. There's a lot of different character stories and NPC quest lines throughout Dark Souls and Bloodborne that end up in the suicide of the person in that story. So we don't necessarily know how Maria died, but we can infer that she died because she is in the nightmare, and she's, floating around, spewing blood and fire everywhere. So it's there aren't too many love stories in Soulsborne, but if there is a love story, it usually has a pretty tragic ending.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Over time, countless hunters have visited this dream. The graves here stand in their memory. It all seems so long ago now. Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Field trip time! What you got in that bag? DFLP. Death for lore purposes. Totally original joke created by me. I did not rip off anybody named Jesus Here's Toast. Do not believe his lies. So here we find ourselves in the Hypogean Jail. It looks like it says Hypogean Gaol, but G-A-O-L is apparently the original spelling of the word jail. And despite the fact that we are in a prison now, seemingly taken by the Sackman to this place, it's not a very good prison. You can just walk out the front door. Madmen toil surreptitiously in rituals to beckon the moon, uncover their secrets. So there's a lot of hearsay about the purpose of the Mensis ritual and exactly what the School of Mensis was trying to accomplish while on their way to their own nightmare. But I personally believe that this note here that we can find on the ground says specifically that the purpose of the Mensis ritual was to beckon the moon. They did not want to create a great one. They maybe didn't even want to create the One Reborn. The purpose of the ritual is to beckon the moon. The One Reborn is likely just a happy accident, but I do not believe in any sense that the School of Mensis was trying to create a Great One. The One Reborn is not classified as a Great One, and it says right here in a note that the purpose of it was to beckon the moon.
Oh, merciful God, help me. In the name of the healing church, cleanse us of this horrible dream.
When you rate notes foul, the messengers cry, and then when you rate notes good or fine, they applaud. And they dance a little bit.
Oh, please leave me be. Don't take me, please. Oh, please, dear gods.
So there's a couple instances throughout the game where players will recognize us by the garb that we wear. In these cases, you only really need to change your garb. You don't need to change your whole set. You can wear the black church garb, Gascoigne's garb, the white church set, a few others. But Gascoigne used to be affiliated with the church, so she'll even recognize Gascoigne's garb as being a church outfit. And you can see if it even has a shawl on the back as well.
Ah, by your garb, the healing church, you've come to save me. Oh, thank you, dear saint. I have no words to express my relief. You can take this at least. It's sure to please an upstanding member of the church like you. Oh, thank you so much, dear gods. Thank you so much. I was seized on the street by the hulking brute in the Cathedral Ward and locked up here.
Oh, same.
There are many others, but they've been taken away. And I've heard moans echoing in the distance ever since.
Sounds kinky.
So, the hunt is on tonight. Then the streets are perilous, and every door will be shut tight. Perhaps it isn't my place to ask, but do you know somewhere that might take me in?
So we can send her to the chapel, where we can have a bunch of other shenanigans happen. If we send her to the clinic, she suffers the same fate as everybody else that we send to the clinic. And if we withhold information and then get far enough into the game, we can actually find the corpse of the nun in the streets of the Unseen Village. I believe if we withhold information and then kill Rom, we can find her corpse on the ground near some of the cramped caskets, and she'll drop the rune that she drops there as well.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll set out as soon as I can. I pray for success on your hunt, kind hunter. I'll set out as soon as I can. I pray for success on your hunt, kind hunter.
You know, the only thing really of interest about some of the stuff that we see here is, I guess these things are lanterns? Like, they look like giant oil lamps of some sort. but they're friggin' huge, and they're only found in this area. Same thing with these mirrors. We can see sets of mirrors that are bound and covered for some reason. And I think this one right here is the only mirror that we can see in the place. And if you remember the Mikolash boss fight, he actually jumps through mirrors in order to teleport around the boss arena. So there's something to do with mirrors and the Unseen Village and the School of Mensis, but I'm not really sure why they're unique to this area and to these characters. Like, when we're talking about mirrors and reflection, you know, there's a whole lot of psychological stuff going on where, like, if you're a narcissistic, you can't help but look in a mirror and, like, fix your hair and look at your face and that sort of stuff. And there's a whole other bunch of, like, psychological subsets of things that happen when we see our own reflection. Reflection is also a way to determine the intelligence of something. If you look at a creature and it goes to drink some water and it sees its own face and doesn't respond to it, it's of lower intelligence. But if it can make out something in the reflection and even determine that what it's seeing in the reflection is itself, that's a notifier about how intelligent a creature might be. But I don't know how much any of that has to do with, you know, this area and the School of Mensis and that sort of stuff. But we have to remember that Bloodborne isn't just based on H.P. Lovecraft and religious stuff. There's also biology themes in play. There are psychological themes in play, not just in madness, but like what it means to be a human and what it means to be beyond human and stuff like that. Here we can see the corpse of one of the members of the School of Mensis wearing the cage that we see them in. We can also see that because the cage is meant to restrain the will of the self, they also have chains and bracelets around their ankles and wrists and everything. Because the purpose of the cage is to restrain the will of the self so that they can see the profane world for what it is. And this is also what possibly led to them discovering their own harrowing nightmare. Yeah, I wonder why they had it in the game if they were just going to remove it. Not being able to customize your character is kind of lame, but it's hard to tell whether it was just they didn't have time to implement it, or whether there's some other sort of meaning to it. Here we can see a statue of an Amygdala. We can also see these in the Grand Cathedral, but the Amygdala is definitely tied to the Unseen Village, because when we actually get into the Unseen Village, we can see that there's tons of Amygdala around the area. So the School of Mensis obviously had a pretty high level of perception and insight. Nightmarish rituals crave a newborn. Find one and silence its harrowing cry. So the Mensis ritual obviously takes us to the Nightmare of Mensis, so that's what makes it nightmarish. But the reason why the ritual might crave a newborn is because when the Mensis ritual is revealed to us after we kill Rom, we can hear the harrowing cry of Murgo, the nightmare newborn. This note and a bunch of other stuff implies that it may be not just the purpose of the ritual that is beckoning the moon, but it might be the cries of this nightmare newborn that is causing the moon to loom so close. If every Great One child dies and every Great One yearns for a surrogate, the cries of a newborn could be used to beckon a Great One. Now, despite the fact that we can't hear Murgo's cries this early on in the game, you can actually have high enough insight to hear the cries of Murgo despite being this early on. There's an interview with Miyazaki that states that he put this note and the one outside mentioning the pale blood sky here this early on purpose, so that people could discover on their own that the pale blood sky is always up there, we just don't have the perception to see it. And the same thing goes for the harrowing cry of Murgo, the Nightmare Newborn. The cries are always there, we just need the insight to be able to hear them. If we look down here, we can see the cell that we woke up in, and the floor below us. And here we receive the moon rune. If you remember the note earlier, it said that nightmarish rituals were conducted to beckon the moon. A secret symbol left by Carol, runesmith of Bergenworth. A transcription of moon as spoken by the Great Ones inhabiting the nightmare gain more blood echoes. The Great Ones that inhabit the nightmare are sympathetic in spirit and often answer when called upon. So not only do Great Ones possibly answer the prayers of the people that worship them, but if you were to make contact with a Great One, it would surely answer, as they are sympathetic in spirit. The thing is that you might not necessarily get what you ask for should you call upon them. This is a pretty common theme throughout many different folklores and folktales, but I think the most obvious one is the jinn. If you remember the genie from Aladdin and stuff like that, the genies are based on the jinn from a bunch of Middle Eastern cultures. And the thing about jinn is that humans make contact with these spirits and they usually wish for stuff, but the thing about the jinn's curse is that they can never give you necessarily what you ask for. And this is something that we definitely see in Bloodborne as well, because people will make contact with these Great Ones and then end up getting cursed just for making contact in the first place. Hey, what's up, LP? How's it going, man? The One Reborn is made of mirrors! Oh, so the Japanese moon rune directly refers to the voice that cries out, which could be double meaning with the crying of the Nightmare Newborn. Interesting. Very cool, yes. Here we have one of the Witches of Hemwick. They frequently drop pebbles because they're obsessed with eyes. And should they grab us, they'll even try to pry our eyes out. I don't really feel like getting grabbed right now, though. Pig. Yeah, everybody check out Last Protagonist on YouTube. He does awesome lore videos. Very high quality stuff. There's a little shortcut you can use here if you want to avoid all these guys when you're running through the area. If we open this shortcut, it also remains open when we come to visit this area later on after killing Rom. So we can get to the Unseen Village before fighting Rom, if we get grabbed by a sack man, if we kill the blood-starved beast. Otherwise, we can't get to the Unseen Village until we kill Rom and end up exploring up here and coming down this way. So despite the fact that we can come here much earlier on than viewing the pale blood sky, we can find this note saying, "Behold a pale blood sky," and we also read that other note over there talking about the cries of the nightmare newborn. There's a link to a bunch of interviews between certain websites and whatever and Miyazaki at FromSoft. And in those interviews, he mentions that he placed these notes here specifically so that players could find them before and after the fact and learn about how our perception and our ability to kill Rom is actually what determines whether or not we can see all this stuff. So the pale blood sky is always in the sky. We just can't see it until Rom is killed. And the harrowing cries of Murgo can always be heard. We just need to either progress through the game far enough or have the proper insight for it. Coarse paper that applies bolt to weapons when rubbed. Invented by Archibald, the infamous eccentric of the Healing Church workshop, artificially recreates the blue sparks that are said to surround dark beasts. Unlike the other strange weapons created by Archibald, this one was favored by many hunters, in particular those who had even once laid eyes on a dark beast. So dark beasts are undead creatures. We can fight one of them at the end of this area, and we can find a whole bunch of them in the Lauren cleric, or in the Lauren chalices. And these items that have lightning also refer to Archibald, the Healing Church workshop eccentric. He's likely considered eccentric because instead of just using the normal stuff that hunters would use, like serrated blades, he developed blunt weapons that could be charged with lightning. So he was basically like the science nerd of the church workshop. We never get to meet Archibald in this version of the game, but there is cut content with Archibald where we would find him presumably in this area and then collect livers from bosses. And we would be able to either use these livers to gain blood echoes, or we could hand them into Archibald and he would, give us boss weapons. But that idea was scrapped pretty early on. If you look into cut content in Bloodborne, you can actually find a whole bunch of dialogue between the player character and Archibald. But all of that was scrapped from the game early on. Bork, 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 bork. Ooh, nice dodge. Dang it. You can get a double kill if you're close enough. That sucked. A unique trick weapon contrived by Archibald, the infamous eccentric of the Healing Church workshop. Striking this peculiar iron morning star flail like a match generates the same blue sparks that blanket a dark beast. Unfortunately, for reasons untold, the hunters of Archibald's time did not fully take to the device. I know it says that reasons are untold, but I guess the implication is that if the first hunters were more concentrated with defending themselves against beasts, they would have used serrated and fire in order to defend themselves. So having a blunt weapon with lightning would have been, pretty off-putting. But it not only lends into the scientific nature of Archibald's character, but it also means that he may have just been more in the know than other hunters, because lightning is better against kin and other more advanced types of enemies. But that's all supposition, of course. It obviously says reasons are untold. Now, if you notice when we're in this area, there's music. Music is pretty uncommon in the areas in Bloodborne and Dark Souls. I mean, I don't think there's any area music at all in Dark Souls, if I think about it. But when we're talking about the music that we hear now, it's actually people that are singing it supposedly in this area somewhere, because when we go into a building, the song becomes muffled, like it's more off in the distance. And the further down into this building we go, the more muffled the singing becomes. Now, what's interesting about the Bloodborne songs is that most of the lyrics in these songs are in Old Latin, and they actually have lyrical content that relates to the story in different ways. Now, this particular song is called Hail the Nightmare in the Bloodborne OST. So the word that we hear there is sanguine. Sanguine means blood. The first line of the song that we hear, maledictus, is the Latin word for curse. Maledictus means curse. And then it goes into donum libas, which loosely means you pour out your gift. I mean, I might as well just bring out the lyrics here, but... maybe there's a video that I can pull up that'll make this easier, actually. Remember that these are a very loose interpretation of a dead language, so it's kind of hard to nail down the lyrics precisely. So yeah, the lyrics that we hear in the boss music and the area music actually mean something. It's kind of hard to infer like the exact meaning behind some of them. Like the one line that really stands out to me is "Et argentum in tenebris," which means, no, that's in the shadow of the water. There's another one that says "in the silver of the water" in particular. And I'm not sure if "in the silver of the water" is necessarily referring to Quicksilver and its appearance. It could also be referring to the way that, like when we go and we fight Rom on the lake has a very like silvery kind of appearance in that regard as well. But it's people who speak Latin, or who know Latin, I should say, like people who teach Latin at universities, they've been shown the lyrics to the Bloodborne songs, and they're like, yeah, it's in Latin, but it just seems like gibberish. But if you know the lore and the imagery of the game, it doesn't necessarily give you any answers, but you can see how things start to line up and match up a little bit. Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me. From the Bloodborne Alpha soundtrack, there's a different variation of Hail the Nightmare, which I believe is referred to in the file names as the False God Hymn. And it almost kind of seems like a person communing with a great one, or something to that extent. You can tell that's a very early version. Very creepy. And I'm not really sure what the implication is behind the way that we hear the song here. Like, we can tell that the sound is louder when we're outside, but we can't tell, like, it doesn't necessarily sound like the song is coming from this direction or from this direction. It's just kind of like all over the place. So is singing a part of the Mensis ritual? Is it the choir in the distance somewhere or something? The only thing we know for sure is that the song only happens this early on in the game. When we explore this area later on after killing Rom, the music is not present. 3 church members worshipping the door. This is obviously a gameplay hint that we might be able to come back here later and progress through the door. Thick black pullover worn by the hunters of the unseen village. The hunters of Yahar'gul answered to the village's founders, the school of Mensis. Hunters in name only, these kidnappers blend into the night wearing this attire. Designed primarily to defend from physical attacks, the binding of thick rope serves both to protect its wearer and restrain his foes. Iron helmet worn by hunters of the unseen village. These kidnappers wear their black hoods low to shadow their eyes. This helm is made out of metal, a rarity for hunter garb, and has high defense, but only against physical attacks. The earliest hunters found out that if you tried to fight beasts using shields and heavy armor, they were too strong and too fast for it to be effective. So Gurman, as the first hunter, kind of discovered that if you just wore everyday clothing, you'd be able to stay quick on your feet and have the agility to dodge their attacks. If you come to the Unseen Village this early on, it's probably one of the best farming spots. You can basically just loop around and kill the pigs over and over again and get a whole shit ton of experience. I did this on my first playthrough. Whenever I ran into a boss or an area where stuff was doing too much damage to me, I would just come here and farm the pigs and get some extra levels until I felt secure enough, I guess. Dogs are kind of a pain in the butt in this game, but if you shoot them, you'll knock them flat on their ass, and it makes it a little bit easier to hit them. And in Dark Souls, dogs are also a huge pain in the butt, but if you block them with your shield, you can follow up with a good attack. Hello, ladies. I never thought about this before, but I wonder why the Witches of Hemwick don't leave corpses behind. Like, they fade away as if they're, like, spirits or something. I guess because they're witches? So here we have some of the Yarnamites that the Unseen Village hunters have kidnapped and brought to these cells. that's not good. That's not good at all. Yeah, they can drop bolt paper, I forgot. So if we come this way through that part of the Unseen Village, we can make our way to Dark Beast Parl, who is one of the Dark Beasts we read about earlier. We can summon Defector Antal here. Antal wears the same outfit as the other Unseen Village hunters we can run into, so I would imagine that he's called Defector Antal because he defected from the School of Mensis and their hunters, and is deciding now to help hunters in other worlds and cross the gap and cooperate. Another interesting thing is that if we happen to go to the DLC and kill Yamamura the Wanderer, if we kill him and we equip the Confederacy rune, the Impurity rune, we can summon him as well for this boss fight, for the One Reborn, as well as the Living Failures. So it's kind of weird, like, you wouldn't normally clear the DLC and then go and fight Parl sometime afterwards, but it is something you can do if you choose to. It's usually easier in New Game Plus. Ooh, God, that's a lot of damage. And that's Dark Beast Parl. Spark Hunter badge, badge of Friends of Archibald, Church Workshop Eccentric. Badge crafted in secret by Archibald, the infamous eccentric of the Healing Church, for his friends. Archibald was fascinated by the blue sparks that emanate from the hides of the dark beasts, and dedicated his life to its artificial reproduction, in a style of inquiry that incidentally closely followed the methodology of Bergenworth. Bergenworth was like a place of science and archaeology. They were obsessed with knowledge and, gaining the insights into the universe and how it operates. So this may help explain why Archibald was considered an eccentric, whereas most of the hunters of that time might have just been focused on how to defend themselves against beasts and how to take them down and cut them down as quickly as possible. Archibald was a giant fucking nerd, so he took after the nerds of Bergenworth. And the fact that Dark Beast Parl drops this, and Archibald gave this to his friends specifically, loosely implies that before Dark Beast Parl was Dark Beast Parl, he may have been another hunter who was an ally or a confidant of Archibald. Yeah, Parl is, of course, a beast, so he's weak to serration and fire. You can also use pungent blood cocktails to distract him. And whenever you break a limb, or if you do a visceral attack on Parl, they'll lose their electric charge. And whenever Parl loses their electric charge, they'll usually try to backstab and escape away from you so that they can imbue themselves with lightning again. Each of Parl's limbs can be broken, including the head. If you manage to get enough headshots in, you can proc a visceral attack and do a bunch of damage. But if you break one of his legs, you can effectively just go around and break each of the legs and just stun lock him for the entire fight. Bloodborne is a perfect game. It's a flawless masterpiece. Don't patch Bloodborne. Don't remaster it. It's perfect just the way it is. It is flawless. A perfect 10 out of 10. So here we can see how the Unseen Village connects to Old Yharnam. And if we defeat Parl, open the door, and then proceed up to Jura, he'll actually be friendly to us now. As long as none of these beastie boys end up killing themselves somehow. So if you want to do Jura's questline completely and get the gesture, you have to kill Parl first and then come around this way. If you kill Jura, you will get his outfit and his badge. Technically, the only reward you get from going this way is the gesture. And like I said, the only way to get Jura's outfit is for him to die. So even if I do the quest here and I talk to him and he gives me the badge and the gesture, I won't be able to unlock his outfit until he dies. You also got to be really careful when you're coming around this way, because if you accidentally kill a beast, or if a beast dies while you're proceeding up this way, Jura will aggro onto you.
Well, well. How did you get in here? It's no matter. What brings you to Old Yharnam? I've no interest in matters further up, but you must not disturb this place. The beasts do not venture above, and mean no harm to anyone. If you still insist on hunting them, then I will hunt you first. You understand me?
So if we hunt the Beast of Old Yharnam, he will aggro onto us. If we spare the Beast of Old Yharnam, we can continue talking to him.
Yes, very good. I no longer dream, but I was once a hunter too. There's nothing more horrific than a hunt. In case you fail to realize, the things you hunt, they're not beasts. They're people. One day you will see. It's time you got going. But first, a farewell gift. I have no use for it anyway.
Powder Keg Hunter Badge.
Sorry,
Crafted by the
pal.
Powder Kegs, the
We're gonna have
heretics
to
of the
do this
workshop.
later.
Yo!
But, could you do me a favor?
Jesus with the raid.
Could you have
Hi.
a great
Hi, how's it going?
day?
Am I gonna see some ladders? There's some ladders. I need more ladders in my life. Can I please have some more ladders? I would like some ladders, please. How's it going, man? I saw you were doing some... What were you doing today? Were you doing Bloodborne and then Sekiro? Or something like that? But yeah, thank you so much for the raid, man. I appreciate you. Jesus, my fave streamer, coming in with that big, juicy raid. Thank you so much, man. Hey, Marinky. Hey,
I
K-Rack.
hate you.
How's it
and I
going?
think you should
Super
die.
Green
You
Joker,
are
hi.
an idiot, and I
Hello.
hate your voice. There's no room on this paper to properly describe how much
My
I
name
hate
is
you.
Devin
Go
Guy.
die.
It's nice to see you. It's nice to see you all. I'm currently doing a lore and story playthrough in Bloodborne, where I go through and help explain the story elements, the item descriptions, and the themes and inspiration that gave rise to this story in the first place. I just beat Dark Beast Parl, and I'm currently hanging out with my buddy Jura, and he gave me a farewell gift. Hey K-Rack, Happy Fuzz, Ziggy, Deadly Rages, Bolt Paper. I fucking love Bolt Paper. Chaos Lefsa, Viking Niels. How's it going? Hi. Hello. Thank you all for hanging out, and thank you once again, Jesus, for the raid. Jesus, my biggest inspiration for starting streaming, to be honest, and an inspiration to many, because he is one of the best streamers out there. Do not miss his stuff. Powder Keg Hunter Badge. The Powder Keg's adoration of complex design and Big's booms culminated in weapon designs that contrast with those traditionally of the workshop. The late Powder Kegs, bless their souls, had a motto: if a weapon ain't got kick, it just ain't worth it.
I hate you.
So a lot of the Powder Keg weapons cause massive explosions, and they didn't really much care for like serration and stuff, but they like explosions and fire and all that sort of things. Super Green, Fluffy, Abysmal Supernova, thank you all for the follows. And yeah, welcome on in everybody. My name's Devon Guy. I've been on the Battlefield 2042 train for a while, but as we gear up towards the release of Elden Ring, I'm gonna get back into my lore business. So when I play Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro, I try to focus on the lore and story and trying to help people learn more about this story and how to appreciate it a little bit more. Mr. Minky, thank you very much. I play other games too. I play Death Stranding. I'm going to be playing Elden Ring. I also do lore playthroughs in those games as well as Control and other sort of games. I'm not like 100% lore, but I do try to focus on it when it's appropriate. Cab, Grizzballs, thank you all for the follows. I appreciate it.
I hate you, and I think you should die. You are an idiot, and I hate your voice. There's no room on this paper to properly describe how much I hate you. Go die.
I'll never get tired of that alert.
I hate you, and I think you should die.
Bragas,
you are
thank
an
you.
idiot, and I hate your voice. There's no room on this paper to properly describe how much I hate you. Go die.
So Jura has a couple interesting, noteworthy things to say here. One is that because he's the retired hunter, he no longer dreams. So he's no longer a victim to a Night of the Hunts, like we currently are. If we die to Jura from his minigun earlier on, he'll even say, I should take it you still have dreams? Well, the next time you dream, give some thought. In earlier builds of the game, there was a much longer time before the load screen started up, and the load screen was abysmally long. But in the earlier builds of the game, he continued this line by saying, I should take it you still have dreams? Well, the next time you dream, give some thought to the hunt and its purpose. So he's calling into question the nature of our role as a hunter. And then when we actually get here to this point, he clarifies that the beasts that we've been hunting throughout our Night of the Hunt used to, in fact, be human. And I know that, like, that's not necessarily like a, whoa, I didn't understand they were human. Like, it's not really like a big revelation or anything. But I think that it's an important part of the story, especially when we regard our role as a hunter. Because we believe we're just supposed to go out and, you know, kill a few beasts because it's for our own good. But if the beasts used to be people, then, you know, we're actually just running around murdering folk for no reason. Or maybe not for a good reason, I suppose, but we'll find out more about that later. If you stand in the spot that Jura is trying to occupy, he just walks around you and kind of flails about a little bit. So I try to rush into this spot and try to interrupt him a little bit. So we have the badge of the powder kegs. This allows us to get the weapon that Jura wields, the stake driver. The stake driver has the most powerful backstab and visceral attack, I guess, of any weapon in the game. If you trick it, you charge it up with some sort of power, and it has the longest attack animation for charge R2, but it also does an incredible amount of damage if you can manage to pull it off. The only thing is that the trick charged R2 takes up so much stamina that you basically need like 50 endurance and then some stamina runes in order to be able to pull it off in the first place. But the only way to get Jura's garb is to fight him. So here I go. Please don't knock me off the roof again.
Or are you just raving, man? When the frail of heart join the fray...
Jesus, shotgun does a lot of damage. Oh, see ya. Later, dude. That was easy. If an enemy falls, you generally can't loot the item that they drop. So I'm going to quit out of the game here and just reload back into it. If an item is dropped that you can't reach, if you exit the game or reload the area, it will appear in the spot that the enemy was in originally. So the quickest way for me to pick this thing up is to... Wait, he's not going to drop anything now, is he? Because I already got his badge. Crap, I didn't actually need to restart. Oh well. Yeah, he already gave me the item. I didn't need to restart at all. But still, that does work in these games. There's a few enemies that you can kill them most easily by knocking them off a ledge. But, whoa, that was weird. He already gave me the items. So, the only thing you necessarily get from killing Jura, in this case, is the gear at the Insight Bath. But he does need to die in order for you to be able to buy his garb and his outfit. Yeah, very short-term memory. Very bad short-term memory. You know how it is. So now that we have the badge from Dark Beast Parl, we can buy Bolt Paper with Insight. And here we can see the hats that the Hunter's hat is modeled after. Attire of the retired hunter Jura. This worn wolf cap was his trademark. Hey, plague-ridden rat and breakfast pills. Thank you so much for the follows. Jura is known through his contact with the powder kegs, the heretics of the workshop. He is said to have been both uncommonly kind and dreadfully foolish. Jura felt defeated by the state of Oljarnum and renounced his hunter's vows. So very similar to the story of Maria, actually, where once something happened and they learned the truth about what they were doing, they decided to renounce their hunter's vows and no longer succumb to the horrors of a night of the hunts.
You should die. You are an idiot, and I hate your voice. There's no room on this paper to properly describe how much I hate you. Go die.
The Ashen Hunter set has really good beasthood, and it also has some of the best frenzy resistance I think you can get in the game. Hey Belgrath, what's up, man? It's good to see you, dude. I actually stopped smoking a month ago, so I'm on the no more weed train, and I'm feeling pretty good about it. Alright, let's level up a little bit. I want to make sure I leave some of these in my inventory so I can bring up the item descriptions later. Should be able to level up my weapon again here. $69,000 echoes, nice. Oh yeah, speaking of retiring, I forgot to mention that. There's two characters that we can interact with that say that they've retired from their night of the hunt and that they no longer dream. Jura says that he no longer dreams, and Eileen also says if we get killed by Eileen at a certain point in her quest line, she'll says, say hello to the doll for me. And Jura is the retired hunter because he no longer has a night of the hunt. If you are free from the night of the hunt, you can no longer die and then respawn in the hunter's dream. So if you manage to transcend the hunts and die, you'll be dead for good, right? So whereas every time we die, we awaken at a lantern or we awaken in the dream, however you want to interpret it, if Jura or Eileen were to die, that would be it for them. They would be dead and gone for good. If you ask me, the likely way this happens is there's 3 different endings in the game, and in one of those endings, we approach Gurman at the tree, and then he decapitates us and frees us from the night of the hunt, where we awaken under a morning sun. We're not necessarily free from the horrors of the hunts, but we are no longer part of our own night of the hunt, which is causing the night to last longer and longer. So, the only really interesting thing about that is that when Gurman decapitates us in that ending, he says that you will die, forget the dream, and awaken under a morning sun. But even though we're supposed to forget about the dream, Eileen and Jura still remember both the dream and the doll. So, I've always thought that was kind of interesting. Like, maybe, like, if you remember also when we kill Mikolash in the nightmare, he says, "No, I'm waking up, I'll forget everything." So, when you're free from one of these nightmares or dreams, you're supposed to forget, yet we run into characters that can remember. And, you know, it doesn't matter which ending we choose in this game, we can always go into New Game Plus and then relive our night of the hunt. And I suppose there's a few different implications of this. Like, maybe on New Game, when we awaken as a hunter, we, you know, live out our night of the hunt, and then we choose whatever ending we get. And even if we awaken under a morning sun, maybe we can end up experiencing another night of the hunt, or maybe when we die after awakening, maybe our spirit is trapped in the dream and we're forced to relive the same sequence of events over and over and over again. So there's a few different ways you can interpret it if you want to, but I think that that's probably the easiest way to kind of justify why New Game Plus happens, depending on, regardless of which ending we choose. But, you know, it's all just supposition and hearsay, as far as I know, because the purpose of the endings is to remain vague and mysterious. This is yes, we're cousins because we both have beards. That's how that works. If you have a beard and somebody else has a beard, you're related. Yeah, pretty sure.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire?
I desire levels.
Very well. Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand close.
Beard cousins, yes.
Your eyes.
Dunk.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
I'm more like a demigod. You know, I'm not a full god, but I am a demigod. Actually, I don't know if I can really lay claim to that, you know. I am a mere mortal, but I'm powerful in terms of lore and nerdiness. Alright, so I'm pretty decent level now, 43. Do I have any... What level is my weapon? +6 already? Ooh, triangle slot. I have a new slot for the weapon, I forgot. I don't have any triangle gems, but I can put this tear stone, or not the tear stone gem, the blood gem. Alright, get you, move you over here. Already checked that out. A trick weapon fashioned by the workshop heretics, the powder kegs, favored by the retired hunter Jura. The stake driver, with its queerly complex design, violently drives thick stakes into the flesh of foes. The stake driver allows for high damage critical attacks, but is difficult to use and leaves its wielder wide open. But none of this should bother a mere powder keg. So, stakes in folklore are supposed to be an effective weapon at using against vampires. Vampires are considered undead, but if you are able to decapitate them or stab them through the heart with a wooden stake, you might be able to actually kill them. Obviously, vampires aren't necessarily a big part of Bloodborne lore. You could kind of loosely infer that the blood-drinking Canehurst nobles, the Vile Bloods, are the most vampire-like things that we see in the game, but I wouldn't necessarily classify them. They're vampire-like, but there's nothing in the game that's explicitly classified as vampires. There's obviously werewolves, but vampires have their own kind of subsect of qualities and folklore about them. I just think it's interesting that they managed to make a mechanically complex weapon that is charged up with power and drives stakes repeatedly through people. When you have this weapon untricked, you'll slash wildly with it, but when it's tricked, it switches mostly to thrust attacks, and it's basically like a souped up fist weapon that we can get in this game. Is it Chalice time? I think it might be Chalice time. What's the most interesting lore thing? I don't know, it's all interesting, to be honest. I just like I've done a bunch of these lore playthroughs. I've done them over and over and over again. But I'm still finding out new information, and I'm still finding out new ways to help tell the story. So I think that's the most interesting thing. Level 2 Pidgey and Vile Thread. Thank you guys for the follows. So, like, I find it hard to pick and choose individual lore, but in terms of the big picture in Bloodborne and Dark Souls, I like how they're like the gift that keeps on giving. It doesn't matter how much you think you know. There's still new stuff to discover, and somebody else might have a differing opinion than yours that completely blows the lid open and lets you discover completely new things you might not have been privy to before. So I think that's the most interesting thing about these games. The ritual is finished and a chalice rests upon the altar. You may now explore the dungeon. So whenever we perform one of these rituals, you can actually see the type of chalice that appears here. So this is the Tumeru chalice. If we use the Lauren chalice, we'll put one of those skulls down, and it actually refers to what the actual item that you use here. Ritual chalice found in the Church of the Good Chalice. Used in a ritual at the tomb altar in the hunter's dream to break the seal of the old labyrinth. To break the seal of the old underground labyrinth. Let the chalice reveal the tomb of the gods. Let blood be the hunter's nourishment, and let ye partake in communion. Alright, I need a beverage. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Yeah. Hey, Tacky, what's up, man? What's the lore of the Holy Moonlight? I mean, I'm gonna get there eventually, but it says right in the item description what the lore of it is. Ludwig closed his eyes and saw tiny sprites of light in the darkness, or perhaps nothingness. And it was these tiny specks of light that guided him towards his guiding moonlight. Obviously, the Holy Moonlight Sword is a layover from Kingsfield and Dark Souls and all the other FromSoft titles and everything. But in terms of the lore contained within Bloodborne, the Holy Moonlight Sword is synonymous with the guidance that Ludwig received from these tiny sprites of light. You could loosely infer that the Holy Moonlight Sword is either a familiar of a Great One, or these tiny specks of light would be a familiar of a Great One. A familiar is, like, you might have this god that is like this giant, magnificent kind of creature that we can barely perceive, but the god might portray itself as a glowing sword that can be found, and when you find the sword, you're able to receive guidance or communion with this creature, but that's obviously all just supposition. The only thing we know for sure is that the Holy Moonlight Sword is synonymous with Ludwig and his role as the first hunter of the Healing Church. So when we're in the chalices, the lanterns that are in the chalices are surrounded by messengers, and the number of messengers indicates how many people you can co-op with that are in the same area. Co-op is based on, like, if I ring the bell, I can bring people into my world, but you have to be within the same, like, general area as those people. So the more messengers surround the lantern, the more people you can co-op with in that dungeon. Dungeons always start off with these first rooms, and we can see that there's this kind of engraving here depicting very normal looking humanoids, which may be the Tumerians before they ended up turning into what we find them now. So I don't necessarily know if the Tumerians have always been superhuman, or if they turned into what they are now because of the old blood, but if these engravings are any indication, it may mean that the Tumerians looked just like normal humans until they ended up discovering the old blood and having their own age of the Great Ones. Yeah, the Moonlight Sword is even in Armored Core, yep. Yup. So yeah, the Chalice Dungeons are optional content in Bloodborne. You don't need to do the Chalice Dungeons in order to beat the game, but they're a very important part of the story and the lore, because this is basically where it all started. When we talk to Alfred, he says that... Oh, Kaiser, thank you.
To properly describe how much I hate you, go die.
When we talk to Alfred, he says that the Holy Medium was discovered deep within the Tomb of the Gods. So I believe that the Holy Medium refers to the old blood. And there's even the Beast Rune that says that discovery of blood entailed the discovery of undesirable beasts. So the Chalice Dungeons are optional, but they're essentially where the entire story in Bloodborne takes place at the very beginning. So not only did the Tumerians mess with the old blood, but the hunters of Bergenworth and the Healing Church took these ritual materials and blood and body parts, and they uprooted them from their resting place, which probably pissed off the Great Ones quite a bit. When we're exploring the Chalice Dungeons, we can see iterations of the Hunter's Mark everywhere. This is a stone tombstone that has the Hunter's Mark engraved into it. And we can also see bodies that are strung up this way, and we can also see engravings in like the elevators and a bunch of other different places depicting the Hunter's Mark. Now, the Hunter's Mark is the symbol that means hunter. It's the rune that means hunter. But I guess the implication here is either that the Tumerians also had hunters, or maybe even that the rune for hunter might have had a different meaning back in these times. Alright, so we're already doing some decent damage. You can come to this place right after you kill the blood-starved beasts, but if you get a +6 weapon, it's much, much easier. This pool of liquid on the ground is oil. You can see how it's got that greeny, purple kind of sheen to it. So if you stand in the oil, you'll notice I have a debuff next to my monocular. And if you take fire damage when you have that debuff, it increases the amount of fire damage that you take. Yeah, the Hunter's Mark is supposed to represent the Hanged Man, which is a symbol in tarot cards. And the Hanged Man has a bunch of different implications and meanings and everything. But the most notable thing is that the Hanged Man represents transformation or metamorphosis into something new. So if we used to be a normal human and we became a hunter, then that's probably a loose interpretation of what it could mean. Where's this guy? Oh, you're hiding in the vape. There's a chime maiden down here, isn't there? Where you at, lady? There you are. I'll take a better look at the Tumerian Chime Maidens a little bit later, but those enemies spawn other enemies that will relentlessly attack you until they're killed. Nice, excellent. Come on, big boy. Give me one of those gems. Give me one of those gems. Blood vial. Bah. I'm pretty sure you can farm those dudes for gems, but the levers, we can see this same statue on the doors that the levers open, and we can also find one of these statues in the Hunter's Dream in the abandoned workshop as well. And the guy that I just killed in front of the lever, this dude, these guys are known as the Watchers. So, one of the chalices says that the Watchers are the people who continue to dig out the tombs and expand them. And one of the more interesting aspects about the labyrinth, the chalice dungeons, is that some chalices actually change the shape of the dungeons. We have normal chalices, like the Tumeru chalice, but we can also find the Tumeru root chalice. And root chalices literally change the form of the chalice each time we open one up. Now obviously there's only so many options and so many forms the chalices can take, but it's still interesting that there are ways to change the layout of these places that seem set in stone. Very Lovecraftian. Yeet! Rats pretty frequently drop tomb mold. Material used in a holy chalice ritual, mold that grows from rotten flesh and blood inside the old labyrinth, matures to bear giant spores. And each level of ritual material, from 1 through 5, they have different item descriptions as well as showing you more detail about those materials. The unceremonious tombs of the chalice dungeons are usually filled with pools of liquid everywhere, and if we pull out our torch, we can even see that there's blood pooled on the ground everywhere amidst all the bodies. Piles of bodies are something that we see in Dark Souls and Bloodborne a lot, and I think one of the major implications here is that when you have a bunch of bodies and they're all in one giant area and the blood is all mixing together, it's gonna create, like, not only just a giant pool of blood, but it'll create, like, more impure blood. Like, dregs will form at the bottom, and dregs are considered the most impure, lowest quality parts of those things. And one of the big things about Bloodborne is that impure blood is the most divine. So, we have the nun, who has very low quality blood despite being somebody who worships the church. And then we have the whore, Ariana, who has impure blood, but the impure blood is what the Great Ones need in order to have a child, I guess. So it wouldn't be so far off to think that maybe one of the reasons why they're collecting all these bodies and blood down here is to make it more impure in order to try to get blood for their queen, which is one of the big aspects of the Chalice dungeon lore as well as the Vile Blood lore. Yeah, man, I got me a Zeus host. Feels good, man. Is there any of the creatures in here? Sometimes in these pools of blood you can find, like, whale corpses and other, like, giant serpents and stuff like that, but that must be later on. Is your wife named Ariana? Feels weird, man. Oh, nice. I forgot they dropped that. Is it over here? No, it's over here. But yeah, we'll talk more about Ariana and impurity later on once we do those quest lines. Whoa, the frickin' jump attack. Alright, I got a pretty good amount of health and physical defense for this. That attack has a 360-degree arc, so it's pretty brutal. Adept. Yeah, the undead giants usually drop adept gemstones. And adept either gives you blunt or thrust damage. So that's actually a good roll, blunt attack plus physical attack. So if I was using a hunter axe or a kirk hammer, that would actually be a really good gem. If we look in the elevators, we can see one of the most direct depictions of the hunter's mark. And we can see this mark all over the Chalice dungeons, as well as bodies that are hung up to represent it. Even on the gravestones that we use to get into the Chalice dungeons, they all depict the hunter's mark on them as well.
An idiot and I hate your voice. There's no room on
Gustav
this paper to properly describe
and Key Crusher.
You. Go die.
Thank you guys for the follows, appreciate it. I did Old Yarnum and Unseen Village, and I can proceed to Amelia and the Witches of Hemwick whenever I want. But I decided to come down into the Chalice dungeons and get this stuff out of the way first, in the hopes that I can get me some dank gems. Like, I'm already pretty powerful for the content that I can do, but the gems that I can get will make me even more powerful. Oh my god. Jesus. Can't believe I stepped on the trap. I wasn't paying attention. There's all sorts of traps set throughout the dungeons, and they either spawn enemies or cause stuff to fall on you and what have you. Yikes! Alright. Mr. Poison Man. Oh, okay, I see how it is. These guys can drop pretty decent gems. They do fire damage, but the gems that they drop, I think these are the only enemies in this chalice that can drop cursed gems. But I'm not using an arcane build, so I don't really want fire gems. Yeah, no problem, Key Crusher. I'm a big lore buff too. I'm right there with you, buddy. Like I was saying earlier, I've done a bunch of these runs, but I'm still finding out all sorts of new stuff about not just the story in Bloodborne, but the imagery and themes that helped inspire these stories. There's always something new to learn. Dense charm. I don't think there's anything new in Ritual Blood 2. Nope. The icon is different, but the description is always the same, I'm pretty sure, in the Ritual Blood. Whoa, Jesus. Whenever you kill the Chime Maidens, the enemies that it spawns will also die. Oh boy. Right here we have the average Dark Souls enjoyer. No armor. Giant two-handed weapon. Rolls too much for his own good. I can't parry, apparently. Yeah, this guy is definitely a Dark Souls enjoyer. 100%. Good morning to everybody except people who put notes in front of levers. There we go, Cursed Fire Blood Gemstone. Fire attack up, add physical attack, attack down. Great. The sickly spots are indicative of a curse, but this gem's malicious effects are perfect for bolstering certain types of weapons. So each cursed gem has a curse attributed to it, like the attack down, or increased stamina cost, or versus beast or kin down, but they usually have better stats to make up for it because of the curse. And the sickly spots that we find on these gems are indicative of the curse that befalls them. So, curses in Bloodborne are caused by inciting the anger of the Great Ones, and they're usually represented by these sickly spots. One of the other best examples of seeing these spots on something, I mean, you can see them on some of the creatures, like the pigs and the watchmen. They're covered in all these kind of growths and spots and everything. But if you look at the weapon that the Orphan of Kos wields, the giant shrimp placenta yo-yo kind of thing, it's absolutely covered in these sickly spots, and he'll even rip off the spots and huck them at us, and they cause little explosions. But the cursed, or the defiled chalice says that curses are caused by inciting the anger of the Great Ones. And this can either be from uprooting the materials that we find in their tombs and bringing them to the surface, or maybe even merely by making contact. We can incite the anger of these creatures. Beings that might be perceived as gods. Throughout the Chalice dungeons, we can find corpses of dogs and cats. So the Tumerians likely had pets. And is this Watchers? If this is Watchers, I'll probably get a really good gem from them. See ya. Oh my god. I thought that was good. %? 10%? The biggest gem I have on my current weapon is 7%. So that's a definite upgrade. So we have the Tumeru Chalice, And then the Tumeru Root Chalice. You can see how the Root Chalice has this kind of nightmarish fog in the background. Root Chalice that breaks multiple labyrinth seals. Root Chalices used in rituals to break old labyrinth seals are said to change the labyrinth's form each time. The old labyrinth was carved out by the Tumerians, superhuman beings that are said to have unlocked the wisdom of the Eldritch Truth. So this helps explain why the Tumerians are so strong and why they're so big and huge. They're superhuman beings that unlocked the wisdom of the Eldritch Truth. So when you have the Tumeru Chalice, it doesn't matter if I finish this chalice and then open another Tumeru Chalice, it will always be the same layout. It'll always have the same bosses. It'll always have the same drops. But the Root Chalices change the labyrinth's form each time. So the Root Chalices still need materials in order to be opened. I still need Ritual Blood 1 and Tomb Mold 1, but each time I open a new Root Chalice at the Hunter's Dream, it'll have a different layout and maybe even different bosses and different loot.
Paper to properly describe how much I hate you, go die.
Omega XTTBR, thank you for the follow. So when we're talking about the Root Chalices, they're not just a way to like increase the difficulty or anything like that, but they have different layouts and different stuff. Now, because it's the Tumeru Root Chalice, it's still going to be a different variation of the Tumeru Chalice, but you could basically think of it as like a tile set. The Tumeru Chalice is always set in stone, but the Tumeru Root Chalice uses the same tile set as the Tumeru Chalice, but puts things in different orders and gives you different stuff. So you'll generally fight the same types of bosses, but they might be in a different order, and you might see things in a different layout than you might otherwise. Whenever I defeat a boss, I never use the lantern, because there's not very much reason for me to... I mean, there's always like a room with a locked door, and then you just enter the same area anyway. So I'll usually just skip the boss lantern and then proceed to the next one, because there's always going to be another one once I get to the next area. See the hunter's mark here on the door as well. Don't the fluorescent flowers make that noise? There must be one in this next area then. Who's this? Prospector Olek. The tomb prospectors are healing church hunters who were sent in to explore the depths of the chalices. I kind of want to save my insight though, so I'm gonna not summon him. Summoning in co-op, even the NPCs, takes insight in this game. And I lost like 4 insight to a brain sucker earlier. Hello. So this is the fluorescent flower, very reminiscent of the gaping centipede in Dark Souls. Oh my god, a chime maiden. Alright, well, oh my god, the cannon! Haha, the cannon hit a guy with friendly fire. Get wrecked, you lousy Tumerian. Oh my god, there's so much stuff here. Alright, so we'll take out you first. And then you can also be gone. There's another chime maiden somewhere. You can roughly tell where the chime maidens are because they ring their bells as they patrol around. So if you listen carefully, you can kind of pinpoint where they're going to be coming from. And these are some of my favorite rooms in the chalices, because even though there's very little light coming in from above, we can see how there's like flowers and trees and other vegetation growing here, even down deep below the earth. Oh, a pilgrim. In the art book and the guides, these enemies are called pilgrims, and they're not even really enemies. They are completely passive. They appear to be Tumerian women, and the only time they'll attack you is if you attack them first. Apart from having a radiant kind of glow about them, which gives them this like kind of spiritual kind of aspect, you can also see that they have a rosary around their hand here that depicts the coiled serpent that we see in like the symbol for hospitals and stuff like that. A rosary is a religious, I want to say artifact, but it's more like it's not really an artifact because people still use them. But when we're talking about different religions, you have prayers and mantras which you can recite over and over again in order to worship the god. But when you're dealing with rosary, you have it on your hand and you loop it around your fingers, and then each time you loop it around or each time you count one of the notches, you say a specific prayer or mantra as a means of worship. The coiled serpents, the two snakes wrapped around each other meeting at the top, we see this symbol on like ambulances and hospitals, and it has a particular name that I can't really remember at this point in time. But it wouldn't be so far off to think that at one point the Tumerians kind of operated in the same light as the Healing Church. It wasn't just that they have the Caduceus. Yeah, the Caduceus. You also have the Caduceus is also a big thing in Dark Souls as well, because there's shields that depict the symbol, and you even have the two serpents, Frath and Camped, or Cath and Frampt, whatever the fuck their names are. And this is like a symbol that's used throughout the ages. Snakes have a lot of symbolism. You either have the Caduceus, which represents two snakes coiled around each other, and you also have the Ouroboros, which is a snake that's eating its own tail. And there's all sorts of like symbolism and imagery that these things refer to and everything. But I'm not necessarily sure why it's used in a medical capacity. The caduceus is the traditional symbol of Hermes and features two snakes winding around an often winged staff. It is often used as a symbol of medicine, especially in the United States, despite its ancient and consistent associations with trade, liars, thieves, eloquence, alchemy, and wisdom. So who is Hermes? Was Hermes like one of the guys who basically created medicine? Hermes is considered the herald of the gods. He is also considered the protector of human heralds, travelers, thieves, merchants, and orators. He is able to move quickly and freely between the worlds of the mortal and the divine, aided by his winged sandals. He's that guy, okay. Hermes plays the role of a psychopomp or soul guide, a conductor of souls into the afterlife. Huh. Neat. So this is what I mean. Like, Bloodborne, obviously, Bloodborne, Dark Souls, and Sekiro, they have their own isolated lore. They have their own stories and characters and themes that have to be explored. But there's many, many, many different inspirations for these stories, whether it be Greek, Roman Catholic, Buddhist Japan. So it's really cool to see how Miyazaki and the team at FromSoft have developed these completely unique, isolated stories, but they're based off of imagery and themes that humanity has been dealing with for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. It's friggin' mind-blowing, to be honest. And when they do their attack, they even perform a prayer in order to do it. We'll leave her alone. They only drop, like, bullets and stuff like that, so we'll just leave her alone. And a pilgrim, while we're talking about the name of the creature, a pilgrim is not just somebody who necessarily travels from place to place, but a pilgrim is usually on their own religious journey. And it's not just necessarily about them reaching the destination they're trying to reach, but the journey itself has many lessons and things that you learn along the way. So when we're talking about people making pilgrimages, it's usually supposed to be a sort of the journey itself is supposed to be a challenge that tests the person and their faith. Yeah, so much. So many references. All the references. Here she goes. But yeah, thank you all for hanging out. Thanks once again to Zeus for the big fat raid. If I haven't introduced myself yet, hi, I'm Devin Guy. I like to focus on lore when I'm playing Dark Souls and Bloodborne in these games. I also do lore playthroughs in games like Death Stranding, Control, and a few others. But as we gear up towards the launch of Elden Ring, which I am incredibly excited for, I'm going to be doing more lore playthroughs in Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3, and Sekiro. And then as I play Elden Ring for the first time and do those streams, my entire goal is going to be to basically beat Vadi Vidya to the punch. So, if you like lore, stick around and maybe hit the follow button, like my boy Frederico has. Thanks, Frederico, I appreciate it, man. The double Molotov, dude. The double Molotov always gets me. And we can also see how the statues that we see throughout the Chalice dungeons might have influenced the architecture and everything that we see in Yharnam as well. The name of the city Yharnam is even based off Queen Yharnam, who was the queen of the Tumerians. So this helps explain why Yharnam looks the way that it does. Is it really? Oh man. Thanks for the heads up, I appreciate it. I'm constantly moving around my interface elements because I'm playing a lot of different games, so I have been playing a lot of Battlefield 2042 recently. I won't be streaming it as much as I have been because I want to gear up for the launch of Elden Ring. But I will occasionally be streaming some Battlefield 2042 if anybody's interested in that absolute garbage can of a game. I do have a lot of fun with Battlefield, but it is not in a good state right now, I tell you what. Was there any items that I missed up here? What are you doing over here? The elevators that we can see in the Chalice dungeons are very reminiscent of the elevators we can use in the Nightmare of Mensis. And obviously all these places are connected and everything, but there's a lot of evidence to suggest that the appearance of things in the Nightmare of Mensis is ripped straight out of the Chalice dungeons, not only because people like Mikolash and other students of Bergenworth would have been exploring these places, but because there are also ties to Murgo and Queen Yharnam down here as well. There, this is the door I've been looking for the last 3 years. Wait, it's not? There's no There's no room up here? What? Alright, let's go fight some fluorescent flowers then, I guess. That was a big waste of time. I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, I already got the treasure over here. So that's probably that. Sorry, apart from all the enemies I can fight over here, there's probably also some wandering madnesses that I can get some juicy gems from. The gems the wandering madness dudes drop won't be nearly as good as the ones I can get from bosses, though, and I'm already doing too much damage for this place anyway. If you hit these guys with heavy attacks, it'll stop them in their tracks, as well as if you hit them with Molotovs. If you hit them with light attacks, they'll keep scurrying away from you, but if you hit them with heavy attacks or Molotovs, you'll stop them in their tracks. Hell yeah, Metal Nation, hell yeah. And we also have to remember that the nightmares and dreams that we can end up finding, they aren't just built on the human host that made contact with the Great One, they're also a part of the memories of the Great Ones that was made contact with as well. Maybe not so much in the case of the Hunter's Dream, in particular, but when we're dealing with like the Nightmare of Mensis, and the Nightmare Frontier, and the Hunter's Nightmare, there's two parts. There's the Great One, and the hosts that made contact with that Great One. And when we're dealing with these enemies, their attacks are kind of a pain in the butt, and they have really high physical damage resistance. But if we target the flower and shoot it, we can actually do way more damage. And the flower is in fact the actual enemy itself. We can see how the rest of the body kind of disappears when we kill it and the flower is left behind. Apart from these things just being out in the open, we can also find flowers sticking up out of the ground, and then when we go too close to it, they pop up from below the earth. And these enemies frequently drop arcane haze. I'm not actually sure if they can drop anything else. Material used in a holy chalice ritual. The tiny smatterings of haze that are found in certain ritual materials sometimes required for special rites. The additional rite, Sinister Bell, makes the bell-ringing woman appear, and when she rings a sinister bell, hunters from other worlds will be beckoned as adversaries. So, the little smatterings of dust and kind of particles that we see floating through the air in some areas could be loosely referred to being this arcane haze. We can also see when we fight the fluorescent flowers that they kind of like open a portal to the cosmos and summon meteors out of them. When they do certain attacks, it's hard to lock onto the head. There we go. He's already got some gem upgrades. Wait, I didn't... Are you serious? It must be on a lower level then somewhere. I was looking for treasure when I was supposed to be looking for a lever. I seriously missed something up there? How? I don't understand. It's been a while since I've been in here, so I kind of forget what the hell I'm doing. I think it's probably down this way, to be honest. Or below me. Oh, I might not have gone this way. This is probably it. Nope, that's the health vials. There we go. %, feels good. Usually when I hit the lever, the quickest way back is just to use a hunter's mark. I gotta buy some more of these too. Yeah, the hunter's dream is moon presence in Gurman. The nightmare of Menzies was Mikolash and Murgo. And then when it comes down to the hunter's nightmare is kind of the exception to the rule. Because while there's some evidence to suggest that Maria is the host of the Hunter's Nightmare, we also have to remember that the Hunter's Nightmare was born from the contact that might have been made between either Kos and Gurman, or, you know, the orphan of Kos and Gurman. The Hunter's Nightmare is more like a direct curse because of what Gurman and Maria did at the fishing hamlet. But I'd say there's still evidence to suggest that Maria might be considered the host of the Hunter's Nightmare. It's all supposition though, of course. Nothing is set in stone. Hey, free bold hunter's mark. Tomb mold. So I can actually open up a root chalice if I really wanted to. I think it's kind of a waste of time, but maybe. If I end up doing root chalices, I'll end up getting way too overpowered for sure. Okay. Is this the threaded cane? Ritual blood 2. Well, yeah, but like if Kos's corpse washed ashore, then either a contact was made between Maria and Gurman and the orphan of Kos, or the other way to infer it would be that the cord that we found at the workshop, in the abandoned workshop, if Gurman and Maria were present at the events at the fishing hamlet and they interacted with the orphan of Kos, this could be the umbilical cord of the orphan of Kos, and this is what granted Gurman audience with moon presence. But nothing necessarily says that like 100%. So, you know, it's either one of those options or the other. Got him. We've already explored all this. Alright, so you know you're at the final leg of a chalice dungeon when you descend down into the next boss arena? You always go down into the last boss. Ah, yes. Cute dog of the old lords. Instant leg break. Of course. That's what I get for styling. Why can't I time anything? Oh, I got the head break. Jesus. Oh, the whiff. Had a couple close calls there. Hey, Harold Chaka. All we know for sure from the Koss parasite description is that when Koss's corpse washed ashore, her body was teeming with parasites. We can either infer from this that Gurman and Maria killed Koss and then retrieved the orphan from the remains of the mother, or because the fishing hamlet is a fishing or whaling village, they subsist off what they take from the ocean. You could also kind of maybe possibly infer that the villagers of the hamlet may have accidentally killed Koss and had it been washed ashore. I think the only wrench in the gears for the latter is that the people of the hamlet worshipped Koss directly as their god. So if they accidentally killed the god that they worshipped, they would be cursed for that reason. But I'm not necessarily sure whether we can say that the appearance of the fish people of the hamlet is a curse or a blessing, right? It's kind of hard to make out. I'm personally of the idea that Gurman and Maria are responsible for the death of Koss, but if the corpse of Koss washed ashore and was teeming with parasites, and we see bodies of the villagers teeming with those parasites, then maybe Koss was already dead by the time that Gurman and Maria got there. You know, we don't know for sure. All we know for sure is that the corpse washed ashore. We don't know how she ended up being a corpse, but both options are kind of equally as valid. I would say the best evidence for it being the villagers that killed her was the fact that it's a fishing/whaling village, and the fact that the corpses of the villagers were teeming with the same parasites. But, you know, both are equally as valid, I would say. And that's what I like about the lore and the story in Dark Souls and Bloodborne, is that everybody's looking for the answer. Everybody's looking for that one shred of evidence that says it's one or the other. But the more you look at this stuff, the more you determine that the answer really truly is vague. And whether it's one or the other, it's fun to speculate about and it's fun to wonder about, but maybe it's both of them or maybe it's none of them. You know, maybe we're just lacking the information to determine that. But that's what makes it fun. That's what makes it so interesting. A chalice that breaks a labyrinth seal, but only a root chalice changes the shape of the old labyrinth when used in a ritual. The old labyrinth was carved out by the Temerians, superhuman beings who were said to have unlocked the wisdom of the Eldritch Truth. So it's basically the same one here. But this one clarifies that only root chalices change the shape of the old labyrinth. The central Tumeru chalice and the Tumeru chalice, doesn't matter how many times you use these ones, it's always the same. But the root chalice, each time you open it, it'll assume a new form. And there's nothing new on that one. When it comes down to the Watchdog of the Old Lords, there's two bosses that we can find in the chalices. One is the Watchdog of the Old Lords, and the other is the Keeper of the Old Lords. Watchdog only drops fire gems, and there's no item descriptions that mention the Watchdog. I believe that there is either a Japanese guide or like a Japanese website that declares that the Watchdogs were placed here by the Old Lords in order to defend the Chalice dungeons from people who would uproot the ritual materials and body parts that have been laid to rest here. And if we think about how these beings have cursed Yharnam and the hunters and the people of Byrgenwerth and everything, when you have a burial site and you uproot that body from the burial site, or you take an artifact that was buried with that person, it usually follows that you are cursed by the spirit of that person or those people that you stole from. So one of the reasons why Yharnam might have suffered the fate it did wasn't necessarily because of the Scourge of Beasts, but the Scourge of Beasts itself might be, like, think about like Indian burial grounds, right? You're not supposed to build stuff on top of an Indian burial ground because those buildings will end up being cursed. We could kind of think of the Chalice dungeons as the same thing, where the hunters and tomb prospectors and the archaeologists of Byrgenwerth, you know, they usurped these artifacts and these body parts from their final resting place. So of course they're going to end up cursed. But the Keeper of the Old Lords, the Old Lords, I believe, are the Great Ones, because their ring of betrothal that we can get from one of the later on dungeons, the ring that belongs to Queen Yharnam, specifies that the Temerians actually experienced an age of the Great Ones. They were superhuman beings that unlocked the wisdom of the Eldritch Truth, and they had their own age of the Great Ones, if you want to put it that way. So, the Keepers of the Old Lords, they cremated their body and soul so that they could better keep or defend these places and these tombs from people who would come in and explore them and usurp these artifacts. But there's also a lot of terminology in the Keeper of the Old Lords item description, as well as the appearance of their garb, that is layover from Dark Souls, because it mentions that their body and their soul was cremated in fire. And the appearance of the large pointed hat on the Keeper set and the 6 or 8 eyes in a vertical kind of row, it's very reminiscent of some of the enemies that we can see in Dark Souls. The guys with the tridents that dance around and perform spells and stuff. Very similar kind of imagery. But if you ask me, the Keepers of the Old Lords and the Watchdogs of the Old Lords are people and creatures that are here to defend the tombs from people that would steal from them. theories on hunters' motivations? I mean, doesn't that depend on the hunter? Like, you gotta be a little bit more specific.
I think you should die. You are an idiot, and I hate your voice. There's no room on this paper
Get 'em,
to
Oliver.
properly describe how much I hate you. Go die.
Get him, Oliver. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, that's a good point, Metal Nation. There are cultures throughout the ages that when a whale, the corpse of a whale, washes ashore, the whale is considered a deity, like a god, or it's like a blessing from God. Because if you're a whaling or a fishing village, or you live on an island, you're usually subsisting off the sea anyway. So if the corpse of a whale washes ashore, you've got food, you've got blubber, you've got resources, like you can turn the blubber into oil and lubricants and that sort of stuff. So the body of a whale washing ashore is considered a great blessing, where your tribe or your village can eat for like weeks and weeks on ends now, right? So that's likely the inspiration behind why Kos washed ashore, because Kos is a great one that comes from the ocean. We usually attribute these beings that we might perceive as gods as these far-off creatures that inhabit space, or these nightmarish, planes of reality that are hard to venture to. But the DLC helps further the implication that some great ones can also inhabit great bodies of water. And we know from the Lake Rune and from Rom and from what happened at the fishing hamlet that great bodies of water can also serve as mediums that take us to nightmares.
I hate your voice. There's no room
Taisamu, thank you for the follow.
Describe how much I hate you. Go die.
Yeah, and lords in Bloodborne and Dark Souls are like anything that you can perceive of as a god and worship is considered a lord in that respect. Lord is also a title that can be given to humans who own a specific plot of land, or lord over people of a lower caste or slaves, or however you want to interpret it. But in terms of the terminology that we see in Dark Souls and Bloodborne, lord usually refers to gods or beings that can be perceived as gods that are worshipped by lesser creatures. All right, am I gonna get the prayer? When you come back to the dream, there is a very small % chance that the doll will appear up at this gravestone praying to it, or sleeping in front of it, however you want to interpret it. There's a smaller chance, once she appears up here, that she'll say a prayer. Bah. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Damn you, Fausti, look what you've done. How could you? We had a deal, man. How could you?
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Very well. Let the echoes become your strength.
I hate you, and I
Hey,
think you
Metal
should
Nation,
die.
thanks for the
You are
follow,
an
man.
idiot, and I hate your voice. There's no
Now
room
shut
on
your
this
eyes.
paper to properly describe how much I hate you. Go die.
30 skill. Big damage. Put these big dirty gems in here. So we got 82 or 92. Actually, let me open up the other chalice before I spend any of these. So when you're talking about when you're doing the achievement to kill Queen Yarnum, or if you just want to progress through the story of the Chalice dungeons, if you are stuck on that goal, there's no reason to do any of the root chalices. If you open a root chalice, it'll cost materials that you might otherwise need to get into the main ones. So when you go through to a Meru chalice, which you get by killing Bloodstar beasts, you go all the way to the end, and you receive the Central to Meru chalice, skip the root chalice, and just proceed forward to Central to Meru. You can do the roots if you want to do some exploration and some tomb prospecting of your own, but if your goal is to get through the story chalices and fight Queen Yharnam, you don't want to worry about opening any root chalices. And Central, I believe, is when you start getting some really good gems. Like, when you proceed through the main game, you don't see a 15% gem until at least the one Reborn. So you have to, like, get at least past Rom in order to get this gem. But if you go to the Central to Meru Chalice and you kill the Watchers that are in there, you can get 15% gems from that point. So technically you can outfit yourself with 15% gems before you even fight Amelia, which is absolutely ridiculous, and I will definitely be doing on this run. But yeah, I think that's it for today, folks. My voice is starting to fade away on me. So we got up to at least Amelia or the Witches of Hemwick. So tomorrow, I think I will venture into Hemwick, receive the Rune Workshop tool. We'll go and we'll explore Central to Meru Chalice, and then we'll proceed right to go kill Amelia and then enter the Forbidden Woods. I want to thank you all for hanging out. Thanks once again to Zeus for the very generous raid. If you haven't hit the follow button yet, please do so. And yeah, thank you all for hanging out. It's fun doing these kinds of runs. And I think the best part, aside from learning more about these incredibly deep stories that are interesting and keep offering more and more, is knowing that there's other people who are just as interested in the story as I am. So thank you all for hanging out, and I appreciate you. And it looks like somebody else is doing a Bloodborne lore playthrough. I was hanging out in Auto Shade's stream the other day, so I'm going to send you all his way. Make sure to hit him up with a follow, and let's go enjoy his take on this story that we all love so much. Thank you all once again, and I will see you all later. Have a good night, everybody. I miss you, and take it easy. Catch you next time.